Well, I guess it's time to start. So, yeah, here I am. Back once again for another day of whatever this is. A day of triumph or a day of failure, we'll see. I guess only time will tell. But, yeah. The only thing I know for sure is that I am indeed back. And that we're playing War Thunder today. So, not going to waste any time and sit around here talking for ages because there's no point, quite frankly. So I'm just going to open the game and get straight into it. So, yeah. I'm just going to get underway. Yeah, yesterday we made some progress while we were playing. We played Fallout New Vegas, finished the game, and then we ended up going on to a little bit of War Thunder as well because we'd already finished. So we ended up chipping away at a few little bits and pieces that we needed to do, including getting a full spade yesterday. We finished the spade on the Vickers Mark 1. So that gives us only 2 left for rank 5, which is the Swingfire and the Falcon, which we actually had some really good games in yesterday. And hopefully we can, I was going to say finish today. We won't finish them today because they're way too far to do, but we can certainly try. We can try and up our game a little bit and see if we can get some stuff done. Yeah. We'll see. But yeah, we'll get straight underway. I mean, I don't see any point in waiting around because... yeah. So let's just get straight underway. Straight into a match. No point, let's say, pissing around, so I'm going straight into it. Normally I'd give it a little bit before I started up, but now we're going straight into now. Ugh. I guess we're straight into Swingfire because we don't really have another option. I mean, we could play the Vickers or the Carnarvon, but I need the XP and the Swingfire, and actually it might not be too bad here. In Sun City being our first game. General PSA as well. I don't feel that great today, so we're kind of going to take this hour by hour. If stream ends early, then it ends early. Okay. But there's no guarantee we'll make it the full 5 hours today. We might not. We'll see. All I do know, though, is that we've got to suffer through this interesting vehicle. I mean, interesting's putting it nicely. The Swingfire is pretty terrible. Yeah. We'll see. There it goes. Yesterday we had actually a few good games in it, which was quite the surprise. One of the big problems with Sun City for me, though, is there's a lot of debris out in the kind of main areas, so there's a good chance of us catching something like that, which is a little rough. I'd have loved to have sat back there and sniped someone, but it looks like it's not going to happen, so we're going to have to move up. Of course, makes this more difficult, especially with the fact that our missiles are quite slow, and it's our only firepower, so yeah, not the best. But a Rakuten Jagdpanzer on the corner up here, who is going to be pressured by the SPAA pretty soon, so he may turn his focus away. In fact, he is shooting in the other direction. And we can't get down with our shot quite quick enough, I don't think, though. Actually, too soon. That's kind of annoying. I really want to shoot over the bus, but I don't think it's going to be that easy. Well, that's frustrating. I'll take an assist on it, I guess, but yeah, we should have got a kill there, probably. Most likely should have been the first kill of the day. I whiffed that, though. Albeit, again, this is what I was saying. There's a lot of debris and shit on this map. Buses and cars and skips and stuff, so it does make it kind of difficult sometimes to actually land hits on people with something like this. Especially where I can't just fire them relatively normally. I've got to kind of lob them and things. Doesn't exactly make it super easy for that, so yeah. not smart from me there, really. That wasn't a good idea. Thought I could get away with a little bit of poking out, but no. Mr. T55A punishes me, and then he's just going to turn around and fight this guy as well, so... Not that great of a play, though. Pretty bad. First game of the day, though, so I'm not really expecting much. Nor am I really going in with any expectations for today. Literally anything, because usually when I go in with any form of expectation, thinking that things might be good, it's usually the opposite, so... I'm keeping my expectations incredibly low here. For everything involved in today. So yeah. Discord notification. There you go. At everyone in the server. They don't like it. They probably shouldn't be in the server. Not a lot we can do right now as well, because we pretty much just got to wait for the helicopters to appear. I mean, we could go hunting, but realistically, we aren't going to kill many people with this thing, because we don't have the upgraded ammo yet. So it's pretty difficult for us to actually knock anyone out. So, yeah, it's not going to be super great. Ooh, hold up. Take back what I said, we might be able to get one. Sometimes these helis can be a bit of a pain to actually hit because of the kind of the fact that they can go up and down a lot in a lot shorter of a space than the jets can. See, the jets are way faster, but helis can kind of undulate. Is that the right word? They can like move up and down a lot very quickly. They can change the kind of height very quickly, and it means that sometimes you can't really get them because, of course, I can't change my tracers when they're already out flying. So I have to kind of just try and predict what they're going to do and then shoot at them. Doesn't always work. Surprised to see all that down the road, but yeah, thankfully we didn't get caught by anything, which is good. Honestly kind of surprised, but we'll take it. Still again waiting for helicopters, which currently aren't spawning, so not the most thrilling game, has to be said. And that's not really great either. T-44 coming out around the corner. He almost certainly... Yeah, there he goes. He has a go at me. Won't be punished either, I'm sure. Oh, he was. Surprising. Old man's Terminator over there. Indeed, he was caught. Kind of surprised. I didn't think anyone had an angle at him from over on that side of the map. So. This has been such a pointless game. Like, I don't even know why I'm even in here, to be honest. The game, like, we just triple capped. The enemy didn't get anywhere near doing anything, and they pretty much all died already. Points-wise, which you can't see at the top of the screen. Can't see it there either, but... Well, actually, you can see the black bar. That shows you just how little they have left, because you can't see any red here at all. So, the enemy team's pretty much already lost. And the game's, like, a couple of minutes old. So... Yeah, that says everything you need to know, really, about the quality of the enemy team and the way they've played this match. They are abysmal. We're also too slow to get up that slope, I guess. Maybe, well, trying to go up it like that, we might be. We might have to go up at an angle. Too late, Rakitan's already dead anyway. But Was worth a chance, I guess. Really, all we can hope for now is that there's a spa in the spawn, but I mean, probably not. Heavy tank over there, which we ain't gonna fight, because why would we want to do that? There's an SPAA over there, but too late. I think it depends on the team at 5v2 though, or E1, but yeah, pointless match. Didn't really do anything there at all. That was not the best way to spend a 75% Lions booster. Getting 10,000. That was pretty bad. Not really much to say on that one. Hopefully it's not a sign of things to come today. Vickers would be perfect here as well, but of course we don't need to play it anymore, so we won't. Vulcan would probably be our best bet if we wanted to go and fight people, actually, but the Swingfire does kind of work vaguely well here if we get across the gap to about here. You know, we can fire shots over the ground and arc them over. So it's not impossible to have a good game with the Swingfire here. It just kind of requires us to get over to the other side early and relatively unscathed. If we can do that, we'll be fine. But it's that part that's the hard bit, because of course it's not exactly that fast. Especially with no engine upgrades, it's pretty slow. Slow out the blocks, out the gate, whatever you want to describe it as. So it's never really going to get up to speed all that quick, and then thus be kind of slow getting to its destinations most of the time. Because if you can accelerate quick, it usually means you can get out of danger quick as well. But with this thing, you can't really run away. The big old box as well, it's a big target to hit, and we only have a little machine gun on the top, so if we do end up getting hit by anything, we're probably dead. Kind of the same thing with like this giraffe or something like that over there, same kind of issue. He pretty much is dead as well if someone catches him. So well, that BTR would have been perfect for hitting one of us with his machine gun, but he's thankfully dead. And it looks like we may have made it across. Kind of unbelievably, I didn't think we'd make it across that easily, but maybe that's because we didn't do what that SU-100P did, which was drive right up in front of everybody. We went way further back, and then decided to, you know, be a lot more passive in the way that we played it, so that we didn't get caught out. We can probably move up one more bump, because I know there's at least one more safe hill. The only issue is there will be pressure from the people over here. And we don't have any heavy tanks. We only have one TD and a giraffe and the M47, because all of our heavies decided to go into the town. So this is going to be a bit of a interesting one, this fight, I think. There's a leopard over there now as well, which is a problem. So we have this T10 as well. No, we can't get the shot down far enough. We're trying to poke too far over the ridge. So our one basically chance of doing something useful in the Swingfire is gone as well, because we can't actually poke over the top and fire. That's not the best. We're gonna have to play real... Oh, we died to an enemy giraffe. Never mind. Yeah, not good. That was a shit start again as well. Maybe that last game was a sign of things to come today. Then again, I wouldn't put it past it. That's just kind of my luck in life at the minute, isn't it? Is everything kind of going against me right now? So, it is what it is. I guess Gaijin got the fucking memo. The whole world's out to get me at the minute. At least that's the way it feels like. So I guess, yeah, Gaijin got wind of it from the Illuminati or whoever. I don't know. Insert secretive organization here. Good thing is, it's a bombers match rather than a helicopters match, at least, so we can kind of do something with that, most likely. But I've got to wait for someone to spawn first, obviously, because at the moment there is nothing. I got one fighter plane coming in pretty soon, but We actually penned the leopard. That's interesting. That's kind of hilarious. We actually just smacked that leopard all over the place. Especially with no pen. That's pretty impressive. I don't really want to do much, but if we just keep knocking his engine out, there ain't a lot he can do. So, kind of gives me something to do to keep myself busy. Gotta find a way of doing it, haven't I? As the assist, we'll take that. A little bit of XP. A lot of wasted ammo for not a lot of stuff, but, you know. Kind of playing the long game in an SPAA, waiting for the for the planes to spawn in this case. When Kaz spawns, it'll kind of give me something to do. Don't know what the SPG is, so we can try and predict it, I guess. Could be it's not the giraffe, I don't think. Could be the AMX 10M or the SU100P. There's a couple of light armored stuff, but it's not in a position for me to hit, annoyingly. IKV might be though, but nah, he's too far back. We'll just continue waiting for a bit then. Bomber coming in. Quentin Tancatino coming in with his bomber, so we got to be ready for it. I'm in not the best position, what with there being a Vidar here as well, so that does mean that there's a good chance of me getting bombed, probably. But this might be all the more important for me to actually land these and not mess this up. If I do, the chances are is I'm probably dead. So I'm... Oh, I'm dead anyway. Never mind, he landed it right on top of me. So, yeah, not great. I think we'll actually use the Falcon's backup here, you know. We'll keep the Swingfire ones for a better map, like Mozdok or something, but I think this one's not a terrible one to bring the Falcon backup out for. Especially considering the Falcon is now working on the upgrade that makes it actually quite good, so... We're, the kind of the more XP we can get quickly in this thing, the better. Because then we can make it actually a good fighting machine. Issue with the Swingfire is none of its upgrades really make it any better, because it's just, its firepower is still just very mediocre. It's not like we can do much to it to make it way stronger. But we can make the Falcon stronger though. So. Look how much that plane's jerking around. All over the place. We got the double though. That's kind of nice. It gave us... Oh no, we got the single. Never mind, because we killed the Canberra before, didn't we? Never mind. We got a single off of that, which isn't the worst. We'll take it. MiG-15. Is that the one we already shot up coming back? I think he's actually just gone off the map. Never mind. And we're taking a cap point. It ain't going so bad, you know. Double planes coming in. They're going to kill the A-29 probably, and then I might have a chance to revenge kill them, but we'll see. Kind of got to expose myself a little bit for this, but... maybe I'll wait until they come closer, actually. I think I can do that. Well, the MiG just randomly died as well, the one that we shot up before. That's kind of nice. It gave us the freebie on the kill. Okay, we missed basically everything there. Don't ask me how, but we did. Leopard over there as well is not very scary, but a T-54 is not really what I want to see. So that's a bit scary. Because I can't really do much to the T-54. I can try and break his gun, but... It's an awkward fight. The Leopard, though, is a lot easier. I can't pen him from the front, the Leopard, but I can smash him up by shooting him in the back and the sides, though. A bomber dying early as well is good. We got the G91 and the Venom still, who can do a lot of damage with their machine guns, but still. The only thing I'm concerned about here is that these guys have gotten... Oh, these guys here, you can't see them right now, but they are there. They've kind of gotten behind the team. So you've got like the Leopard and the T-54 down here. who they've gotten behind everybody else, who our whole team's over there on a cap point. So while we're relatively safe in the fact that we're looking good for the win right now, they're behind us all. And now you've got this awkward situation where you have, like, the enemy players in our spawn who are going to kill our SPAAs because it's almost certain we ain't getting away with this. Then again, though, I just killed a bunch of people in that leopard's turret. And the I don't know what the Yag Tiger was doing YOLO in that, but there you go. Thankfully, some people are respawned, though, so it actually might not be quite as bad a situation now. This might end up working out okay in the end. I'm not confident, but I think we might be okay now, because there's a few people here, so they might go and fight them off. If nothing else, I caused a little bit of a distraction. I wonder if that's why the Yag Tiger went for the YOLO, because of what I did, but we also lost the cap, so that's not great either. Canberra is gonna... No, he didn't. He bombed the 254. I was gonna say I hope he bombs the cap, but... Seems a little bit of a waste if you ask me to not bomb the cap, but... yeah. Someone sniped the bomber immediately as well, so I can't grab it. Jewish Diglett. Interesting name. But he's coming back in his plane, so we got to get ready for this. We got 3 kills on the scorecard already. Let's see if we can rack up a few more. 1 would be nice. 2 would be pretty good. 3 would be a dream. So let's see if we can get a triple kill. That'd be quite nice. B-57's going to fly over the top. Try and back up a little bit so that if he bombs, he tries to bomb the main tanks, not me. That would be nice. He probably will bomb me, though, because I'm in a Falcon. And let's be honest, the Falcon's a bit of an annoying shit. Although, fair play to the ZSDS thing there. He's actually just knocked him out. It's kind of insane. He's a little baby SPA that's just killed him. Not really the type of SPA you would expect to see at this type of tier, let alone something knocking out some jet fighters and bombers. But there you go. And I'll clean up the double kill to round this one out, as the game's probably going to end now. Because, I mean, this is literally all we have left. There's 5 people, and they're coming in. They've taken a cap, and they're, like, flooding down here. Best case scenario, I survive until the end of the match, rather than dying. Worst case scenario, we die. But looking at the points, there's a chance that this will end before anyone gets near me. So, worst comes to the worst, and this guy comes over the top, I'll just blast this track off. If I can, this heavy tank or this medium, I'll just try and blast a track off or something. And see if I can get lucky. It's a T-54 as well. If I had the higher pen shots, I actually probably could kill him. Because I don't, there's not really that much I could do about it. But I think we've successfully survived. Oh, just. We only just did it, but we survived by a whisker. But it's all we needed. All we needed. So there we go. We'll take that. Not the... Oh, we're also not getting the upgrade either. We're actually the upgrade before it. Ignore what I said earlier. We're not getting the fanciest games in the world. I mean, we've played half an hour and we've had 2 games. Both of which have been pretty quiet so far. But hopefully we'll pick some up. Who knows? Who knows indeed. Oh, same again. Well, at least we know this time the Swingfire can't really fight on the other side of the map. So we'll have to find another way of doing something with it. Maybe go into the town. Which sounds crazy, but we might actually have to, because I don't think we have a choice. So yeah.
Ready up. Driver ready.
But he stopped. This thing isn't really suited for town fighting, but I think I can maybe make it work in certain positions. So I can try, if nothing else. At the end of the day, that's all I can do, right? We'll wreck this car, because that's probably the only thing we're going to kill in the Swingfire. At least we got something. We killed someone's car. There you go. It's a win for us. We're as good as one. ZSU in the town as well here. Might be useful. Part of the reason I don't really want to fight in the town so much in this thing is because... I mean, I don't want to fight over there either because we can't get the depression to fire down, but... with being here, there's a lot of debris and rubble in the way, like fences and things, and if you're unfamiliar, of course, things that explode if they hit a fence are going to explode, versus things that are designed to pierce through are going to go through. So in our case, we obviously do not have armor piercing, we have explosive stuff because we fire missiles. So said missiles are likely to hit a wall and explode rather than go through and kill someone behind it. So that does leave us in a bit of an awkward spot when fighting in a town sometimes, because it means that we can't really shoot through anything, and thus the debris tends to get in the way a lot and block shots. So yeah, best case scenario right now, we stay here, we wait. This guy's just going to go past in the Tiger. Hopefully he comes back. Doesn't look like he's going to. Looks like he's just YOLO'd, so... typical Tiger E player, really. I mean, he's massively under-tiered. I don't really know why he's in this matchup, but... town's also clear. How can we tell? Because the ZSU hasn't died. If he did, we'd know there was someone there. But as he's alive, it suggests to me that we're probably safe to roll up to here. Maybe not, because the super Pershing... yeah. At the very second we drive around the corner, the super Pershing turns around while there's an M48 shooting at him from down the way. But why would he aim at him when he can shoot at the Swingfire? Because it's not like he's going to die or anything to the other guy, is it? Yeah, not great, that. Now he's dead. He finally died to a Panzer 2000. Don't really know the logic from the super Pershing there of why. Well, I mean, he got the free kill on me, I guess, but he was almost guaranteed to die, versus I'd say if you probably take the 50-50, more likely to survive the Swingfire than you are the M48 and the Panzer 2000 on your right. So if it was me, I think I'd have had a go at the other two, but you know, that's what it is. Let's drive back down the road again and then wait to go get shot by somebody else. ZSU has died as well now, so there's probably someone back there. And then again, he came out of the town, so he may well have been sniped by someone. It's hard to tell. Who knows? I guess he's coming back again. I'm not sure if that means he hasn't learned his lesson or he's just that brave, but either way, he's coming back for more. Nice, I'm getting stuck on a small fence. Oh, we're trying to hit around the corner, so that's going to be awkward to fight. Though the ZSU does not care again, he's just YOLOing up, so... That's crazy. He's just... I mean, someone's just killed one of them. That's just YOLOing. He got away with it as well. That's insane. That's absolutely outrageous that he got away with that. Kind of hilarious as well, but also... I don't know how he got away with doing that. He might even kill the Centurion if he's lucky. Keep in mind, ZSU 57-2 has 150 pen on his AP HE rounds from his SPAA. And yep, he's designed to fight planes, and no plane has 150 mil of armor. But that's just what the ZSU's like, because Russia, I guess. Russia, best nation in game, GG easy, too strong for everybody else. Well, we couldn't see that guy towards the end there because he was back obviously in the bushes. Made it pretty hard to try and have a go at him, and the T-29 killed him anyway, so... T-29 can go fight that guy. I'd rather fight the 2S1 over here if I can. I'll probably end up not hitting him, but you never know. Wouldn't surprise me if my things hit the bush and died. Oh, we got him. I was gonna say, if my missiles ended up hitting the wall, like a bush or something there and then exploded, it wouldn't have surprised me. That's not worth it for me. M163 might be worth having a go at, because if he kills me, he kills me, but it's like... chance of getting a kill on the Swingfire ain't exactly that strong anyway. That's not necessarily the worst idea in the world for me to have a poke at some people like this. Okay, we lost sight of the missile when we went over the bump, so it went crazy. My guess is the Type 59 is probably going to YOLO towards me. He's going across there actually to the T29, so he's dead. He ain't going to beat a T29. I might be able to get this guy. Okay, I couldn't get that guy, and the M163 unspotted shoots me. Love it. With his minigun. Pretty much on the same chassis. Not the best that. We have retaken the A cap though, which is good. So we've got a nice little cap zone going now. And I reckon we might be able to work something out of this. I mean, whether or not I'll really do much now, because I'm not really going to be pushing all that much in this thing probably. Again, if I had the ammo, maybe I'd go up and be a bit braver, but without the ammo... Damn, no one got Beldum. A surprise to everybody, that is. Green Man 007 as well, going in a helicopter, starting an air battle. Hopefully I don't get spiked from a mile away by the chopper missiles, but we'll see. Wouldn't put it past them. You know what I'm like when it comes to attracting missiles from SPAAs? Or not from SPAAs, from helicopters. Love getting shot at by the helicopters in this game. They seem to have a affinity for me as well. And again, he can't do that because he's dead, so... Thankfully, I don't have to deal with his ass, but... yeah. I would quite like to get down there, actually, where the leopard is, but I don't think it's going to happen, so... My best bet now is probably going kind of towards this road where the T95 is. Go in this direction and then trying to get into, maybe fight some of their SPAAs and things. Again, I can't fight anyone from the front pretty much in this thing yet, so nor can I really when it's upgraded, but at least gives me slightly more of a chance. So I've got to be quite careful with what I do. But that's what I'm going to do. Nice thing about being an SPA sometimes, though, is you can actually break a lot of the rubble by just shooting things and just go straight through it, so... Don't have to worry about stopping like I did in the Swingfire, where I lose all my speed from hitting a small fence. Hey, welcome in, Nitty. First chatter of the day. How's it going, man? Are you war criming? Yeah, sort of, I guess. It's not gone super war crimey yet. We haven't really done a huge amount. Yeah. It's not really taken off yet, but kind of needed a bit yesterday, I think, to really get the light up as well. We needed a few decent games, so yeah. We ended up playing some of this after Fallout yesterday, so yarr. There's nothing for me in this one, I don't think. All I'll be now is an easy target for anyone that spawns, so I don't really want to be too close to that action. How you doing, Nitty? I'm just fighting trees now because it's more interesting than anything else. There's no one for me to shoot at because none of these people will spawn. So honestly, it should just end the game if this guy refuses to spawn. Don't know why it makes us sit and wait. If he doesn't spawn, it should either just force spawn him, or it should just say like spawn now or the game will end. So, bit of a pointless wait there, but nothing I can do about it. Okay, unfortunately a bed slat broke. That's always annoying. Didn't even jump on it that hard. Wood was some composite board thing too. They never make them like they used to. I know I sound old saying things like that, but they don't make them like they used to, do they? Years ago, mate, you could have dropped a 1 ton weight on that bed and it wouldn't have broken. Not so much these days, though. Yeah, that's a shame, though.
Crew positions. Button up. Driver ready.
Nines, lovely. I love a 9-0 game. Don't you just love a match where you're completely inadequate? It's so good, isn't it? I mean, there ain't no way I'm firing around here and not dying. Actually got kind of close to it in that 2000 then as well. Somebody said they'll send someone to fix it properly. That's good. Is it relatively new then? So it's still under like a warranty type thing or something like that. I was thinking I was asking for trouble peeking like this, but you know what? I don't know if I am. No, we lost sight of the missile though. Never mind. Fuck out of it, bot. Second chatter of the day and it's a bot. Yikes. What is my missile doing, dude? Why is it like fucking snaking off to the left? Oh. That's so annoying. Can't hit him. Ah, dear. You tell why I don't like the Swingfire yet? The day oh, damn. So you've had it like a day. Yeah, that's not great, is it? Sounds like some good manufacturing's gone on there. It's lasted a whole day. Oh, I'm dead. And he killed my loader. There's a chance I kill him, maybe, because the second missile might be prepped. He has to pull forward. I think he might have taken a hit from someone else. If he starts moving, I have to pull the trigger. There's a 50-50. He kills me or I kill him, probably. Oh, missiles aren't fast enough to catch him. Take an assist on it, though. I'd rather do that than die, so... Yeah, the Swingfire is garbage, man. It's so slow, the shots. If the missiles were faster, it might be more usable, but... It's just so slow. Good say it had political leanings. Bad joke aside, that is, unfortunately. Yeah, that is pretty bad. I mean, it happens, right? You know? This is why things like that are in place, where you can get free replacements and things, because that stuff unfortunately does happen, where something brand new can still break, because at the end of the day, Nothing is ever perfect and 100% flawless, but it's still frustrating when it happens, though, of course, because, well, you've got something new, so you wouldn't expect it to break so soon. Why the fuck did that randomly raise up? Come on, man. The missile just went nah and just fucking flew up for no reason. If this guy realizes he can go over there and shoot me, then I'm dead. On 279, come out again. Being a bitch. No way we hit the SPAA. I'm a bit scared of that thing as well. Try and missile the plane. Could have actually, probably. Could have tried anyway. Nah, you saw that coming. Oh, detract. Never mind. You're dead. Yes. Good job he just sat there, wasn't it? And went, oh shit. He just sat there and accepted his fate, I guess. Although, I don't know if my gun's broken or what. It's saying I haven't reloaded anything. How is the Tiger 2 doing over there? Next shot is not loaded for whatever reason. I don't know what the problem was there, because I couldn't do a crew replenishment, nor was anybody dead in the tank, and nothing was broken that could be repaired. Because it wouldn't let me repair anything. So I'm not really sure what the problem was there. It also looked like it had been enough time for the reload to have happened correctly as well, because the first missile should have been loaded again pretty quick. So I don't know what the problem was there, but not being able to shoot is, of course, a problem in a vehicle combat game. So, yeah, not being able to shoot was not helpful, huh? My time has come. Explodes, yeah. Kind of how it felt, wasn't it? He just knew his time was up. Fella knew that he was done for, so he's like, okay, I accept it. He'd rather die than surrender, you know? I respect that. He went out honorably as a fighter to the end. Oh, we hit him. Nice. Guess I thought we missed all of those. Well, let's YOLO across the middle, because we ain't got anything better to do now. The game's over. Like, the Falcon hasn't done anything in this one. And the Swingfire, welcome in, Bruised, as well. When the Swingfire's on its last round, it will use the same missile silo that you second to last missile. Only problem with that, Bruised, I had 4 left. So I don't know why it wouldn't fire. I thought I was out of ammo, but no, I had 4 shots left, which is why I was confused. You couldn't see it on screen, of course, because the overlay blocks it, but I had 4 missiles left and it just wouldn't reload them. Maybe it was a bug, I don't know. I'll do that as well, I forgot to do that. Put the stupid YouTube link up there. I don't even know if I should do that one anymore. Do I even need to put the YouTube link up? Does anyone use the YouTube link to go to the YouTube stream? I don't know. That is strange then. I do sometimes get this weird bug that does happen when usually it's like ammo or gun or something gets disabled, and it's like the crew and the repair happen at the same time, and then my reload circle will effectively be red the entire time and will no longer show me reloading. It also won't show me that I've loaded a shot. which I sometimes get. I don't know why it does that, if there's a specific trigger for that bug, but it happens a decent amount. Whereas you can see my my normal aiming cursor, like wheel here, is white. When I pull the trigger, it will reload and you'll see the green bar fill up. But there's times where it will just stay red the entire time, as if my like gun is disabled and I can't shoot. And it will reload and it will let me fire like normal, but yeah, I don't know. Then maybe it's just the updates and stuff. It's just not working properly at the moment. There's a bunch of weird stuff happening recently. I've had a load of those like kill cams and stuff not show up as well, and I've been playing with Mirage. Where I'll hit someone, I don't actually know what I've broken on them because it doesn't show me any of the hit indicators. It just tells me that I got a critical. Quite annoying. Oh, this is not going to end well. Yep. I thought I was a lot safer there, I'll admit, than I was. Turns out, no, I wasn't. There's a fuckload of stuff over there. Swingfire is bad for showing red. Ah, okay, so it's just a buggy vehicle then. Good to know. Add that to the list of things that the Swingfire is bad at. Not breaking the game is another one, I guess. Breloom in chat. It's a good Pokemon. 3B. I like how last second you just see him go, "I'm seeing you, Swingfire!" Like he was just looking completely up the front, and then he was just like, "I see you," and just turned straight at me right as I was about to kill him. Like, jeez, man. Thought I was about to die again. Thought I was going to get killed by Lorraine. BTR's also just fired at someone, which makes me think there's someone close. I'm about to help you repair. Stop moving forwards. Haven't touched the Swingfire in so long. I don't blame you. Have you spaded it? Bruised. But either way, I don't blame you for not touching it, because it is a pile of shit. What do you mean I can help you? I just helped you. What? Did he just cancel the repair? I'm confused. Who knows? Hi, Mirage, mate. Welcome in. What you doing? If we die during the process of me doing this, I'm going to be not very happy. XM803? Or something? Leopard 1. Oh, even better. Couldn't get quite as high as I wanted to then. Doesn't really help that I had 2 fighters on the back of me, even though it only also said I had 1 behind me, but there you go. When I say that, I mean when it said about the actual intercept fighters that were coming to fight me when I picked the bomber. It said there was only 1, but there was 2. I think that's also a bug recently, because I was talking about this. We had this the other day, Mirage, didn't we? The amount of times where it'd say like one of us was getting a bomber and there was no one behind us, and then there'd just be 2 fighters appear behind us and kill us. So I wonder if that's bugged or something at the minute, like the indicator that tells you how many planes are there, because I don't know. There ain't no way to... There was no planes behind us. Heard it was you arguing on the forums and leaking classified documents. Oh, probably, you know. I ain't got anything better to do with my time, you know. I just go on the forums, leak classified documents, profit. Yeah, that's all I do in War Thunder. We dead. Fun in the Swingfire. People who go fight at last second. I don't think you should be able to do that though. I think that you should... there should be like the window for the first few seconds, and then maybe like 2 or 3 seconds before the end you shouldn't be able to pick anything.
Aviation on the way.
Also think worst comes to the worst, if they want to do it with like the Kaz, it should just be a fair fight no matter what. Where no matter how many fighters or whatever there are, there's always an equal number of planes. And if you say, well, not everyone's necessarily going to be in planes, it's like, just make it so that they bring in AI fighters or something. And just use them. At least in arcade. Realistic's obviously different, but... It always feels weird when you have like a disproportionate number of planes. Kept happening, yeah. It was really annoying. Happened a bunch of times. It's probably not the best place to be, right? So next to a cliff where I can't shoot through, but... Oh well. Things we do in the Falcon. Bulldog around the corner as well. That's that guy who killed me. I really want to go around the corner and challenge him, but I don't have the ammo to really be that much of a threat yet, sadly. But I'll have to leave that fight for another day. Someone else got him. How aggressive do I... Well, the game's over. Look, I've just seen the scoreboard at the top. The enemy team's basically lost, so... At this point, I may as well go in, right? Like, the game's finished. There's about 5 seconds, 10 seconds till it ends. I might as well go for something, right? No guts, no glory. Just got that bug you were on about. Well, the reload wheel one. I've actually been having that for a number of updates, so I think that must just be a long one they either don't know about or they don't know how to fix. Because I've been having that one, and it happens on stream sometimes, but I've probably had that one for 6 months, maybe, where it appears and goes away and then comes back again. But I've definitely had it for a while where it just kind of reappears. Yeah. Oh, the not firing one. Was it in the Swingfire? It must be a Swingfire bug then, where it just stops letting you shoot. Because the thing is, initially I thought maybe it was when my crew was dead, which they were, but it also wasn't doing the replacement or anything. So there was no option to repair, no option to crew replenish, and then I was just... Yeah, it just wasn't working. It was really weird. And we're going to sit here as well, because the BRB starts in a couple of minutes, okay? Thanks for being here though, you guys. Appreciate it. Is the stupid angle? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Are you saying that it wouldn't fire because of the cover I was behind? I don't think Twitch is warning me about the ads either, because I only saw that because I saw the clock. Yeah, Twitch hasn't posted the ads thing in my chat, so I won't know that the break's about to start until it does. So, be aware of that, alright. Also back up to 3.5 million now as well. Nice. Wouldn't fire depending on where you were looking at. Interesting. So, because I was looking in a particular direction or at a particular thing, it wouldn't let me fire. You look to the right, it wouldn't fire. Was I looking to the right? Yeah, no, I guess I might have been, yeah, because I backed off from the rock, didn't I? And then I kind of turned around the corner when I saw the Tiger 2 YOLO. So I might have been aiming slightly to the right. It can't have been by much, though. That's a weird bug. Very weird. If anyone's wondering, we had this weird bug in the first not the first match. A couple of matches ago, when I sat behind a rock in the Swingfire trying to fire shots, and I had 4 shots left, and it just randomly stopped letting me fire the weapon, so I couldn't shoot at anybody. So I just sat behind a rock, unable to kill people, and eventually I got killed by somebody else. But it was really weird and frustrating because obviously not being able to shoot is kind of a pretty big hamstring to give yourself in a game like this. Tying behind your back. Tying your hands behind your back doesn't really do it justice. It's pretty awful when you can't actually shoot. So, Yeah, that was a bit awkward, but what can you do? On the plus side, though, we at least nearly have the... Actually, we don't have crew replenishment anyway. That's why I didn't have the option for that. But it wasn't to do with the crew anyway. We know that much. That explains why I couldn't replace the crew anyway. But it wouldn't have made a difference, obviously, because it just seems to be an issue. I think once we got that, probably the best thing to do is then we just work back and get suspension and brakes and then work through. But, I mean, we're a few upgrades deep in this thing, so we're kind of making progress. The Falcon, we are kind of a few thousand away from the promised land. Around, like, if you're angling around with 45 degrees, give or take. Take it in the test drive real quick and have a quick look. So if we aim that way, it won't let me fire. Yeah, you're right. If I aim there, we're fine. I love the little firework noise as well. The little, like, whiz pop sound it makes. That's kind of dumb, though. The thing is, it doesn't give you an... Normally, what it will do is it will, like, red something out to indicate you can't fire, but there, it doesn't show us anything. So I wonder then, Bruised, if what it was is it was a combination of the two issues. One is you can't fire to the right with a Swingfire, and the other is we had the red crosshair reload because of the damage I'd previously taken to the crew. So I think it actually might have been a mix of both. It was we couldn't shoot anyway, and we may have also had that, like, reload firing bug where it showed the red crosshair, which is weird. Yeah. Didn't change anything in the end, but the red was not the issue. No, that's not what I'm saying. We couldn't fire anyway because we were firing at 45 degrees, but I'm saying I think we had the red crosshair as well at the same time, which was like the red herring. Because I definitely had a red crosshair, and my ammo was actually black. My ammo was blacked out at the bottom of the, like, bar, as if I had my gun disabled and wasn't reloading. So that's why it's weird. Because I should have still reloaded if that was happening normally. So it must have been the visual bug of the crosshair and, like, the reload bug on top of me not being able to fire. So I think we got hit with both things at the same time. Anyway, I'm going to go for my BRB. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I guess we'll get back underway again with the abysmal Swingfire. What happened in the last game? Did we win? We did. Gave us slightly more XP, I guess. How close we are to nearly getting something useful. What I mean earlier on, I said there's nothing useful really all that much on upgrades for this thing. Because look at what you get, right? Parts, alright, is always useful on literally everything, so you can repair yourself. Fire prevention is always useful, and then crew replenishment is always useful, because you always need to get your crew back, and you always need extra fire extinguishers in case. But like, suspension dampening. I can't fire on the move anyway, so that doesn't make a difference. Alright, brakes maybe, so I can stop all of a sudden, but if you have to stop all of a sudden in this thing and then pull the trigger to fire, you're probably doing it wrong. And then likewise, like the engine upgrades are not really that useful because it doesn't really need to go all that fast, because it's not like we're screaming all over the map trying to catch people out. I don't know. It feels like that thing doesn't really have many good upgrades, and its firepower gets 0 upgrades from the start. Which in a way is good, because you don't, you've got your best firepower at the start of playing it, but at the same time it's bad, because it means it doesn't get any better than this shit that we've got. Oh. Yeah, you just kind of have to accept the grim inevitability of the fact that the Swingfire's firepower is absolutely abysmal. The rockets it gets are terrible, and there's nothing you can do to upgrade them. You just have to suffer with it until you eventually finish playing the vehicle and or concede defeat and just stop playing it entirely, just out of choice. Thanks for that, M48. Should have known better than to turn in front of an American main. Thank you for the welcome backs. Swingfire Sundays coming to a stream near you. I'll say this, Nitty, all I hope is that we don't have many Swingfire Sundays. If we do more than one, I think that'll be one too many. Oh, also, as well, I think I've picked the next game for our next 100% as well. I actually had a couple of games yesterday I was thinking about, and then when I looked into the achievements lists for them all, they turned out to be a bit more difficult than I thought they would be. One of the ones that I was looking at, actually, that I thought would be quite an interesting change of pace was a game which some of you may have heard of, some of you may have played before. This is not going to be it, but this is one of the ones I actually was eyeing up for a minute. It was Octopath Traveler. Kind of similar to like Sea of Stars that we played before. And I was like, that'd be interesting. The only issue with it is its achievement list is kind of wild and all over the place and takes a very long time. So it kind of might be a bit too much of an undertaking. And we missed. Speculative shot, really. But that was a possible. But I have, I've chosen something very different to a lot of our other games that we've done. So don't expect like RPG, type open world game. It's very, very different to that. So it's kind of one that we're just going to do as a bit of a breaking up game, for just to break up the RPG block that we've had recently, where we can just play something a bit more kind of random. So it's going to be just on a kind of a one-off type deal. Save your sanity by dodging the striker and doing the ZT3A2. Don't have to do the warrior first anyway, because isn't it grouped with the warrior on the tech tree, the ZA? I think I need to do the... I need to do the warrior, and then I can do the, thing. Then I can do the ZA. That bush is going to get in the way. Maybe not. Ah. Good job, Buccaneer. He killed me, a Jackson, and a Panzer 2000. A Jackson. What is it with me getting all these people in my lobbies that are in, like, under-tiered vehicles? The amount of times we had it yesterday and on Sunday is ridiculous. Who's in a fucking Jackson in this lobby? Come on. We even got a US... Is it this guy? Who is it? It's one of the US players, but I don't know who. It looked like an M36B2 was what got killed. I think it was an AMX-30, but that's how I was seeing things. Italian, that guy's playing. Oh, who knows? I don't really care. It is, yeah. Yeah, at least we get to do the warrior first then, I guess, which will be... Well, I don't think the warrior's that great either, is it, to be honest? Not like you hear people going on about how good the warrior is now, is it? Pretty much, generally, I think most of the vehicles in this higher tier British area are terrible. And some of them are just slightly better than others. So. I don't know. You think the... You like the warrior, Bruce? Okay. I'll keep that in mind. You like the fox as well, so if it's like the fox and plays anywhere in that kind of type of thing, then maybe it'll be okay. My previous experience with the M3 Bradley was not that great, so I'm not sure how the warrior's gonna go. Also should be doing my job rather than pissing about trying to shoot down a bloody M51 Super Sherman. After all, I am here to shoot down planes. Is the Falcon's main role, regardless of how many Falcon players will spend their entire match trying to kill everyone on the enemy team. It is supposedly my job to be knocking out enemy planes, so I guess I should do that. And it also gets me a lot of XP for this thing. Still don't know how we managed to get that 6,000 XP game the other day, though. I really don't. Bizarre. Oh, you can actually fire it over cover. Well, that's a nice change for the British, because normally that doesn't happen with their missiles, does it? Normally you have to fully expose yourself to fire it, and then, of course, if you lose track of it on the camera, you lose control of the missile. So you end up having to peek something, basically fully expose yourself, and then if you try and go into cover, the game's like, nah, mate. No, you couldn't get away with that one. We just killed a Super Sherman. And no, we don't have the upgraded ammo in the Falcon yet. We're just getting away with murder on that one. The F-105. He won't come back. Probably. No, he probably will. 2 DF-105s. This is going to hurt, innit? And an M51 who is still having a go at me. Give up, mate. Shoot someone else. Oh, never mind. That's my fault. I was having too much fun there in that one. I had to be punished by the Kaz player. My fault, totally. Guess we'll jump into Vickers because we don't have any backups. So. Maybe we'll get a few kills out of this and salvage a bit of XP towards our next vehicle, if nothing else. Probably we don't get killed by the SAR anyway. But we might. Marty down there as well. They'll enjoy that. Have a nice artillery snack. Bounce on an M51. Oh boy. Trying to kind of bait him by making it like I'm ignoring him, and then I want him to come back over the ridge, but it looks like he may be dealing with someone else. We're dead. All 3 deaths came at the hands of Kaz. I love it, man. A doomed match. Oh yeah, it's a doomed match. We were screwed, man. The second we lost B, we were dead. Battle trophy. Alright, there you go. We had... I knew... Do you know how I knew we weren't going to get anything? I knew we weren't going to get anything because there was a 1 million and then there was a talisman either side of it. The second I saw that, so I saw there was good rewards in that battle trophy, I knew it was over. Good rewards and next to each other, making a large area to land on. I knew we were not getting that reward. You just knew. How it works, and they'll give you like the good rewards. You'll see them and you'll be like, oh, okay, I can deal with this. Nice reward. And then the game will just screw you over. It baits you because it'll go, here's some nice rewards. You're not fucking getting them though. You just can get nothing like always. And then, you know, that's what you just have to deal with the fact you get nothing every game. Or every battle trophy or every whatever. Unless you're Mirage, apparently, in which case you pulled a jet out of a single explosive melon. A 12.7 jet, which is insane. I haven't opened an explosive melon today as well, so I should probably do that, actually. Go and open a single explosive melon and see if I can pull a jet. Yeah, you can't drive through me. Yep, thanks, guys. Good that is. I know I pulled in front of them, but you know, it's not like they're so fucking stupid that they couldn't see the fact that I was in front of them and still continued ramming into me. You know? Played this game for far too long to know that the game loves to torture me. Yeah, it has no interest in giving you anything good. How do I know this? Because at one point I had an over 1 year login streak and I never got a single good reward out of it ever. 1 year of rewards, 365 plus in a row. This was right before I went on vacation, where it ended, of course, because I wasn't playing. And I got nothing. I think the best I ever got out of the entire time was 100 gold once. Which is the equivalent of like $1. And I know that there'll be someone out there who'll go, well, it was 100 gold more than you had before. And it's like, that's not the fucking point though, is it? It always annoys me when people say that. Like, why should I feel blessed by Gaijin for getting 100 golden eagles? Of which I can't buy anything in game with anyway, because it's all basically more expensive than 100 golden eagles. So why should I be excited about that? Although I did see, I'll give you a heads up about this to everybody. If anyone in here use Microsoft Rewards, any of you Microsoft Rewards members, you have accounts on Microsoft Rewards, I'll cut a deal with you, alright? There's a brand new thing they've just opened up on their app that they're using where every day there's an instant win prize where you can do like a daily draw and you can win anything between 300 and like 5 grand in real money. And there's like 500 prizes or something, and it's like going from now until sometime in October, where every day it's like a couple of people can win. So if you don't already do that, go check in on your Microsoft Rewards stuff every day and you might win a free prize. You never know. One of you guys manages to win some money, just remember who told you about it, alright? That's all I'm saying. Not saying you gotta give me anything, I'm just saying remember who told you about the fact the scheme existed, okay? That's all I'm saying. So yeah. No one will win it, of course, because I'm sure the odds are terrible, but still, you never know. Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck and you might win £100 or something. Or $100 or 500 or something. Who knows? That wasn't a kill. There we go. My god, we've got kills in the Swingfire. I know, it's hard to believe. There was someone out here, wasn't there? There was that Object 120. He was out sneaking about. The nice thing here is that the enemy team seems to have completely ignored me on this side of the map, which is quite funny. Don't know why. Do you know what? Let's go for the cheekiest missile of all time. Yeah, never mind, he's moved. Still go for it anyway. You ready? Hook it around that way. We missed. You imagine if that had hit, though. If that had hit, would I have been considered the GOAT? Oh, no. We're dead to a weasel. He knows we're here. Fucking weasel, man. You little shit. Why? Of course there's a weasel, isn't it, who comes up. The most aggressive SPAA players in the entire game in the existence of War Thunder. The weasel, for some reason. They're always the most, like, suicidal little buggers on the other team. They'll just go... They'll fight anybody. I just find it insane, weasel players. They just don't give a shit. They'll just fight literally anyone. And that's what happens to him if he does fight anybody. He gets absolutely swatted away like a little gnat. But, there you go. We turned him into, weasel soup. Go back across here as well with, Stanner stair lift over here. See if we can do some damage from this side of the map. Yeah. If anyone hasn't previously signed up for Microsoft Rewards, then you can. I think I actually have referral links for it as well. I can give them to people. So if anyone wants one, hit me up on Discord or something. I don't know. You probably don't, but still. You have to use the shitty Bing browser? Well, here's the thing though, Bruised. This is what literally everybody does. I'll let you in on the secret of how people get Microsoft Rewards points. They download the shitty Bing browser, literally only use it for the rewards points, and then use the normal browser that they normally use. No one actually uses the browser for general browsing. They literally only use it for the purpose of gaining the bonus points. That's the only reason people use it. All you've got to do is just search. You actually don't even have to do that anyway, because I don't use Bing. You can use Edge, I think, as well. I don't know if it works on Chrome, but as long as you're... I think if you sign in on Edge and use your Microsoft account, you can do it like that as well. So you don't actually have to download that. But you can just get free points every day. As I say, you can get a free entry literally for doing like one search, I think, on the... I think it's one search on a browser where you're signed in per day, and you can get the free like instant access draw thing. I so wish I had the ammo to actually go through this guy. Leopard, mate, come on, let's get him. Get him, Mr. Leopard. Let's get him. Leopard, you've got to actually shoot him. What are you doing? You idiot. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, Jesus, man. I don't know what that leopard was doing. I don't think I could have made that any easier for him, really, could I? I was trying to shoot the guy's barrel out, but he was just spinning in circles. The leopard was quicker than him, and he still somehow nearly didn't kill him. Difficult leopard player, that is. He almost bottled the kill on a guy who wasn't even bloody looking at him. Average leopard experience. Yeah, if anyone wants a Microsoft Rewards referral code, hit me up with a DM after stream. I'll send you a code. I also earn points if you end up searching for stuff. So there you go. Mutual benefit. You get the points and I also get bonus points. And if you want to know where my Microsoft Rewards points go to, currently I'm going to cash them all in at the end of the year for Amazon credit and likely buy TCG products with them that we can open on stream. So there you go. That's my plan for my Microsoft Rewards points as of right now. I'm doing it for the mutual benefit of the stream. So if you want to help out via contributing Microsoft Rewards points yourself, hit me up and I'll give you a referral link. We moved on from Stream Element sponsors. Now we're doing Microsoft Rewards gigs. That's what we're doing next. To be fair, Microsoft Rewards is actually quite a good scheme. You can accrue quite a lot of points quite quickly with very minimal effort. You used to actually have to do a bunch of stuff. Admittedly, they used to give you better points for some of the things you did. Like there was this old one that was... it was called Play a Games Pass game, and you could basically just AFK any Games Pass game on console or PC for 15 minutes, and it would give you 250 points every day. Now, keep in mind, you can get like a £5, £5 Xbox gift card for like 5,000 points. So if you just did that every day, not to mention the fact that you can get like, at the time, you could get nearly 1,000 points a day doing various things. You could get like quite a few of those quite quickly. They nerfed a lot of that stuff quite badly because they realized people were getting a lot of points. And previously, in one of our times I think we did the Twilight Masquerade stream when we opened the booster box for the first time. The other two booster boxes that I got, the Scarlet and Violet base set and the, at the time, I think it was the last time I maybe opened it, Paldea Evolved, which now is just ridiculously hard to get. Actually, no, I opened one more since. that booster box, both of those came for free after cashing in points to buy them on Amazon. There you go. It does actually work fairly well. As of this current stuff, I've got 50,000 points since April, so there you go. 50-something thousand. 54,000? 53,000? And I spent a lot in April, cashed it for stuff. Which again, that was, if I remember rightly, I think that went towards some of the stuff we opened during the birthday stream. Not the Black Bolt White Flare, of course, because that was from Pokemon Center, but some of the other stuff we opened, the tins, I think, maybe. You know when I opened all those tins? I think a lot of that came from the cash-in that I did of my points. The Paradox Wisdom tins, or whatever they are, with Iron Crown and Walking Wake and all that in. That we pulled that crazy SIR and gold from in the same one. One tin and we got both those pulls, which was crazy. And yes, we did also get a gold Charizard, of course, from it. From one of them, anyway. So, as much as I hate gold Charizard, there's that part of me that just... I've got the itch for opening cards at the minute, you know? I'm like, you know what? I'll take the risk of pulling a gold Zard. I just want to open something. I'll take Obsidian Flames at this point. I'll open a box of that. Ain't gonna happen, but I can dream, right? Also, don't think it's going to be any better for Megas either, because from what I've seen, people are already saying that they're only going to get, like, it's going to be distributed in waves as well, rather than as one big thing. Which is usually terrible, because it means that the second wave, after all the pre-orders have gone out, the price is going to just spike. And it's going to be way more expensive for round 2 than it was in round 1. So, yeah, essentially the chances of getting Mega Evolutions probably past the first phase of pre-orders is going to be impossible. Unless it gets printed into the ground. So, yeah. Or at least for a reasonable price, anyway. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I will be. We just need Pokemon Company to fuck over all the investor bros, and then we're good. Once that happens, we're in the gold. And your boy might be able to do some TCG streams again. I know we all enjoy a TCG stream. Even if you don't care about the cards, you like a TCG stream because it's something about it. It's the theatre of a TCG stream, you know? The drama of where we're going to pull the cards. The hype when we see something good at the back of the pack. When we know there's something there. Something about it. It's like a roller coaster, those streams. They're special. I've said before, I tend to find them the most fun out of any stream I do. By quite a long way, actually. I think they're the most fun. So all I got to do is just become a lottery winner, and then I'll never have to worry about it ever again. Pokemon Company tanked the reselling market, and my life is yours. Honestly, they need to do it though. Need to find a way. If they can find a way to tank it, which pretty much all comes down to they just have to print everything to excess, then that'll be fine. The issue is, because they're currently behind because they're reprinting old stuff, then it's hard for them to print the new stuff to the amount that people need, right? So there's no, like, printing to supply and demand. Realistically, if you ask me, they wouldn't do it. I mean, maybe in the long run it'd be a good thing for them. They probably need to get another printing facility. Like, I think if Pokemon Company suddenly had a second printing facility, probably in Europe, rather than in the US, where most of their stuff is printed, I think, for the English cards anyway, not Japanese, obviously. But if they did that when it came to having a European base where they printed all of the stuff for Europe from, I think it would make it a lot easier. They wouldn't have to funnel everything through the same place and backlog it all. Or if they already have places in Europe where they can do that, open more. Because, I mean, the demand's just going to keep going up, so... It's 30th anniversary next year, so... And people are getting hyped about Legend ZA as well. Which is interesting, because people haven't been hyped about a Pokemon game for a while. I think they'll have to eventually once the problem becomes too severe to handle. Well, it kind of is now, though, right? But like you've got a combination of things. You've got the outrageous price of everything right now, not necessarily coming from them, coming from other places. So like the reselling stuff, the booster boxes. We were talking about this the other day where there was that collector's card house place which was owned by a bunch of YouTube people. And they were selling Destin Rivals booster boxes for £300 a box. £300 for a box. Right? Now that retails for $154.99 and they're selling it for $300 because that's what the market is right now. And of course they'll go off market value because, well, we wouldn't want to sell it at a loss now, would we? Or we wouldn't want to sell it for a lower price. We got to sell it what the market sells it for, which is all of those fucking resellers, basically, and the rip and shippers and people like that who sell it for ridiculous prices. The rip and shippers are a pain in the ass. The distributors that are the third party between Pokemon and the people buying it are a pain in the ass. Pokemon aren't helping things because although they're apparently printing everything at max capacity, there's still no difference in the amount of product anywhere. I know some people in the US have said it's slightly better, but I'll tell you now, in the UK, it's still fucked. There's nothing anywhere, man. Everything's just permanently out of stock. What? I think we need to think about what we've just done there. How in the hell did we kill that pattern? We just killed the pattern at what? A kilometer by landing a machine gun shot through his hatch, his tumor turret. It ricocheted and then killed someone in his crew, which like knocked his tank out. In what universe is that actually a kill? That is... That's something. A bit lucky, I'll take that. I think a bit lucky might be an understatement. I think they leaked another Mega and I'm disappointed. Oh? What, Pokemon Company leaked another Mega or someone leaked another one? Why are you disappointed, Nick? Is it because it's a mon you weren't interested in getting a Mega, or because it's the actual Mega that you don't like? I know there has been some leaks about stuff as well, which some of the leaks, if they do turn out to be true, do actually prove something that I previously said I thought was going to happen as a prediction, so I'll be kind of interested to see if it's true or not. But if so, some of my predictions about what I thought might have actually got Megas with no prior knowledge. It's not like I'd looked at the leaks first or anything, or I'm the leaker, but I actually might have been right about some of the things that I suggested I thought were going to be predictions of Megas they might actually make, which is kind of cool knowing that I was right, but at the same time it's like, you know. But I did see someone post a list the other day of all the Megas that they reckon were going to be in the game. I didn't look at it, so I don't know what all of them are, but I did see that people are apparently posting full lists of it. Yep, okay, we got bombed. Yep. Didn't even go anywhere near looking like he was going to fly over the top of us close enough to drop a bomb on us, but there you go. In my opinion. Thing is, IDK if it's fan-made, fake or not. Is it like a known about Mega already, like for Alligator and that, which we already know that that's happening because they've already announced that the starter's getting Megas. Or at least it's a given anyway, considering they do in those games. If they're making Megas, you know that the main three are going to get one. It's not... If people are surprised by that and they go, oh my god, it's not a leak. That's literally just what will happen. When they introduce a gimmick, the people will always get gimmick forms for the starters. That's just how it works. There'll be Megas of the three starters. There'll be a Mega for Alligator, a Mega Meganium, and a Mega Embor. Guaranteed. So is it? I assume it's not one of those. It's an unknown Mega. We ain't getting down for the show left.
The enemy has most of the strategic zones.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Old Greg got away with something though. And we lost B somehow. Not entirely sure how.
Time, 11 o'clock.
The worst part about leaks I always find is when you see a leak and it's like, it turns out it's real. And you go, oh, that won't be the real one. That's just some fan-made one that sucks. And then you realize that it's actually the real one in-game. It's a fan-made, a really good one, might I add. What was the fan-made one? Who was it for? Obviously, it's not real, so we can talk about it. But Pokemon Company ain't gonna come after my ass. They don't even know who I am anyway, so. Scolipede. That'd be a cool one to get a Mega, I think, Scolipede. I could see them maybe making Mega Scolipede. I don't think I predicted they'd make Mega Scolipede, but I did say I think... Well, I'll stand by the fact I think it'd be a cool one to get a Mega. It's an interesting thing with how they're going to do it, right? Because you'd expect, based upon what it is, that Gen 6 Mons are mostly going to get Megas from the game. Purely because it's based in Kalos. But then at the same time, you don't really know. Because, I mean, they could just do whatever. So it'd be interesting to see how they go about it. Is this T-44-100 aware that I'm here? I'm kind of wondering that now myself. Because he's like just driven past. Does he even know? Now he does. What in the world just happened? That show left now as well, of course, who I was fighting earlier, so... This will be not fun to fight. Especially with me getting shot by that guy in the back. And there's a plane coming. Oh boy. I'm dead. Thanks for the support, guys. Thanks for the support. Yeah. Do you think they might? But it's my favorite Pokemon, so I have mixed things about it getting a new form. You just like it the way it is? Or is it more, if they make a really cool one, you'd be happy, but you don't want them to make one that sucks and then have one of those Mons that has a Mega that's just terrible? Or it's just... The other problem as well with Megas, is my big problem with them, and this is part of the reason why I kind of groaned when they decided they were bringing them back. Because it's the first time they've ever reused a gimmick as well, if you didn't know, as far as I remember. Part of the reason I groaned when Megas came back is because half of the Megas they originally created were for Pokemon that were already kind of considered overpowered in the first place, or really strong. And the whole point of Megas, really, from most people's perspective, was it was going to be a kind of rebalance for the game to give a lot of stuff that never had a chance to shine the ability to become stronger. With one of the ones that people have been going on about for years, talking about what would have been a great Mega, is something like Electivire or like Magmortar, if you want to look at Gen 4. And instead they gave one to Garchomp, which actually made it worse. But you got like Mons like that, you know? Like Magmortar and Electivire, which never really shined. They were both very mid and could have been made so much better from a Mega. But instead we give one to fucking Salamence and we give one to Rayquaza, and it's just like, why? And Charizard got 2 because, you know, it's the fanboy's weapon of choice. And it's just, I don't know, I find it very annoying. My eyes, it's perfect and doesn't need one, but the Pokemon Company will have other ideas. It's the whole good gets better, bad gets worse. Yeah, pretty much. Or at least that's what can happen. It won't always happen, of course, but it can happen, yeah. They didn't need to give Garchomp, Tyranitar, and Salamence a new form. Well, that's the thing that's funny is, like, if you look at T-Tar and Garchomp, I think arguably it makes both of them worse. Because I'm pretty sure, doesn't T-Tars get rid of, Sandstream? I think. I'm pretty sure Mega Tyranitar gets rid of Sandstream. Or there's something with it. I think it's either an ability change or it's something with its stats that completely ruins Tyranitar's like playstyle and makes it vastly different. And then Garchomp, if I remember rightly, its attack goes crazy, but its speed goes way down. So Garchomp just gets picked off by way faster attackers. And when you're dealing with Garchomp's main threats, which is usually ice types at the time, and fairy types that were newly added, a lot of them are quite quick. So Garchomp just got bullied as a Mega. It was just bad. Yeah, Salamence, I mean, fucking Mewtwo, Charizard, what else you got? Lucario probably didn't need one. Gardevoir didn't really need one. Who else? Who else should we add to the list of Megas that were completely unnecessary? I mean, there's just so many. I like the fact they gave it to some that were just kind of weird picks that you... Like, a Bomber Snow. Fair enough. A Bomber Snow was okay in Gen 4, and they gave it a Mega. Fair enough. I like the fact that they gave him to, like, Alakazam. Alakazam had way fallen out of kind of being used. Fair enough. Gengar, that's one that didn't need it. Fucking Gengar. I mean, Gengar was because it was popular, right? That's the only reason he got a Mega. But at the end of the day, if you're going to use it as a balancing mechanic, don't give it to popular mons, because they're just going to already become stronger than they already are. And they're already really strong. You know? It's like R6 Siege with Ubisoft coming out and going, Ashe is the most played operator in the game with the highest win rate. So we're going to be buffing her because people like her so much. You know, and it's just like, if someone's already OP, then why would we buff her more? When they do give out new forms, they don't know how to balance them, and oftentimes the Mega is worse than the other mons. Yeah, exactly. Or it just makes them... It gives it to a mon that needs one, but doesn't do enough. Right? I know it just sounds like complaining, but like Steelix is a perfect example of this. Mega Steelix could have made Steelix into a good Pokemon. It could have. But it doesn't. It just cranks its defense way higher up, which is great, because it means Steelix can take a hit, you know, a special hit, a physical hit. It still can't deal damage for shit, and it still can't deal anything with special. So if someone hits it with a special attack, it's dead. So it's just like, ugh.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Welcome in, Stalin. Welcome into stream. Thank you for the follow. Actually, is it Stalin or Stalin? I guess you couldn't exactly have Stalin, but there you go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Fuck me. That's not good. What is that Tam doing? Oh, okay. He's just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth so he can kill me. Makes sense. Meanwhile, my team are too busy dicking around in the field. Nice. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate it. Stalin, as I'm going to call you now. Aggron, that's another great example, Nitty. Well remembered. Everybody forgets Mega Aggron. Mega Aggron, again, they made it, like, slightly better, but also... eh. You know, Aggron could have been really cool. Mega Aggron, but they just didn't. What else? Absol probably didn't need one. Or, like, at least they gave it one that just kind of, like, didn't really do a huge amount for it. Yeah, I don't know. Kangaskhan was an interesting one, although that one was very strong. Didn't mind Kangaskhan. Mega Absol. Yeah, Absol, you mentioned that one. Mega Aggron. Also have stats that are unnecessary. Some of them are almost too high. Like, you'd rather have a better stat distribution, but have it lesser in its main stat. Like, Mega Steelix or whatever gets, like, ridiculous defense, doesn't it? I think it's like the same way that you have, what is it? Zygarde? Is it Zygarde Complete? Like the main form that they gave people in Sun and Moon? Which I'm certain, I might be wrong about this. Again, I don't know if maybe it's been leaked somewhere, I don't know. But I don't have any information about this. I'm not an insider in Pokemon, this is just my pure speculation on this. Gen 6... if we see some special form of Xerneas and Yveltal, we will almost certainly, and I think guaranteed, see a mega form of Zygarde. Which I don't think they need to do, but I think they will, because they always tend to incorporate the legends when they do a gimmick like that, most of the time. So I reckon, I might be wrong, but I think they'll do a Mega Zygarde of some sort. And the interesting thing with Mega Zygarde is it could be 3 different forms, because you have Zygarde like complete, Zygarde 10%, and then isn't it like Zygarde 50%? You have like the dog version, you have the weird snake-looking dragon thing, and then you have the like Golem Zygarde. But I reckon they'll make a Mega Zygarde of some sort. I don't know how they'll do it, but I think there'll be a Mega Zygarde for Gen 6. Yeah, Kangaskhan was one that needed it. Arguably, you could say Kangaskhan's was slightly overtuned to become too good, because it was really strong, being able to effectively attack twice every turn. But Kangaskhan needed one. Like, it was a pointless Pokemon. I'll tell you what would have been another good one if they'd given one to Kangaskhan. Tauros. Now, I know maybe they didn't do that at the time because they knew that, or at least in, you know, in kind of like the newer generations, maybe with these things they have plans ahead of time for a few generations of things. So maybe they knew about the fact that in the future they were going to do a Spanish region game in Paldea, and Tauros was going to get new forms. Maybe that had been planned for ages. Because it might just be that they had that originally for a different game and they were going to do it in a Alola and they never did, right? So you may find that originally they went, we won't do Mega Tauros because we're going to do this other gimmick in the future with Tauros. But Tauros would have been cool. Scizor. Scizor is another one I think that got made worse, wasn't it, by giving it a Mega? Regular Scizor was stronger. Pinsir was an interesting one. Oh, I'll tell you one of the most interesting ones that they kind of ruined. Heracross. Heracross got made weird because of its Mega. Was it that it lost, wasn't it it lost Guts? I think. So then you had this weird choice of you either play Mega Heracross, which is then really slow and prone to getting, like, smacked, or you use Guts Heracross, but you can't use the Mega, and you lose out on the attack. I think it's something like that. It's something to do with the ability. I don't remember exactly, but they changed the ability on Mega Heracross, and then it makes it worse. But yeah, there's a bunch of mons like that that are just substantially worse after gaining a Mega form. Team's been absolutely smashed. Oh. Horrible game for me. I haven't really done anything, but... Skill Link. There you go. Yeah, which meant that you would have had to have run Pin Missile or something on it regularly, which no one was doing. Because who's running Pin Missile or something on Heracross? So you basically had to set it up completely differently if you wanted to play the Mega. Which was weird, because then you had to have, like, 2 different versions of Heracross. One for, like, regular play, and then one if you wanted to run the Mega. Which, at that point, why would you run that when you can just run a better Mega? Because, again, as much as I kind of hate it, why wouldn't you just run Mega Ray, or Kangaskhan, or Zard, because both of those were really strong. Or whatever, like, you just run one of the others, you wouldn't run thingy. Metagross, that's another one that didn't need it. Metagross, if anything, they actually buffed it recently because they gave it a they gave it Psychic Fang, which before it only ever had, it's only ever physical Psychic move, which Heracross is a physical attacker. It was Zen Headbutt, which was unreliable, and they finally gave it a vaguely hard hitting move that has 100% accuracy, which was nice. So Mega Metagross just got a straight up buff, but then they gave it a Mega form as well in the end as well, which made it even stronger. But this was before Psychic Fang became a thing, but like, it's just, there was no point. When is there a point where they say, right, no more mons? We're literally scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I mean, in theory, the possibilities are limitless, right? Because they could just go any way with it, and there's kind of no reason for there to be like a ceiling. they could just keep going for as long as they want. And then if they want to vary things up, they do kind of some of what they've done already with alternate forms. They add new evolutions to old things, stuff like that, you know? Like, there are ways to kind of keep it going and going and going. But I don't know if it ever really ends. At least for a long time. I'm sure eventually it will, where people will just... Well, I don't know. I was going to say people will eventually just kind of stop with Pokemon, but I don't think they will. Yay! Swingfire life. Also missed something a minute. Was it you saying, Nitty, that like the yeah, the Hoenn starters got them and then the Kalos starters didn't, which didn't. It kind of made sense with the fact they were remaking Gen 3, but also the Gen 3 starters mostly are widely considered pretty strong as it is. I mean, in fairness, Blaziken got one in the previous game, but then I don't know why you'd give one to a starter. I don't understand the logic of, in a game of Gen 6, giving a Gen 3 starter a Mega Evolution. I know they did the original Kanto trilogy, which is fine if they wanted to do that, that's alright. But, like, if you're going to do that, why then just do a one random starter out of a trio? I don't know. Nice. Yay. Goto Megas were more solid overall. Scizor keeps Technician. Granitar keeps Sandstream. Oh, it does keep Sandstream. I guess it's just the distribution of its stats that changed. Houndoom gets solar power, but they drop the ball at Heracross. Yeah, Heracross is great. Ampharos gets Mold. Oh yeah, Ampharos is coming back as well, isn't it? It's already in the trailers. Mega Ampharos. They did like a new battle tournament trailer thing the other day for some like mini game where you can fight 4 people at once. Just kind of cool. They showed Mega Ampharos in that. Joys of never having to use that useless crap, or the Swingfire. Yeah. Well, hopefully it won't be that long before I don't have to use it anymore either. Because we're kind of making a bit of progress on it at least. Probably have died of old age by the time we get done with the British tech tree with some of the shit we gotta go through. That's providing the UK government doesn't come after me anyway for criticising the Online Safety Act. You know, gotta be careful these days. I don't want to get a knock at the door for questioning the shitty policies of the current government. That should not be an assist any day of the week. I was talking about this yesterday anyway, but I hadn't said anything about this until yesterday on stream, but I was saying that probably at some point in the future, I actually will probably end up leaving this country and go somewhere else, because I don't really see much of a pretty successful future over here in the UK. So I'll probably end up being eventually leaving for pastures new. So maybe if by that point in my life I'm still some washed up old streamer, I'll you know, I'll be streaming from a whole new place, be a whole new adventure. And again, some people would probably describe me as washed up now, but you know, those people's opinion don't matter. Almost not as bad compared to those two shit missile tanks. You have to be a little more specific than that, Bruce. Which ones? What, British missile tanks or what? Which missile tanks? The will is just going to be spade all the Britain vehicles and finish Black Bolt. Yeah. That'll never happen. I actually... Do you know what? I thought about this the other day. It was vaguely... It was a bit of one of those depressing conversations with myself. Because I was looking at it and I was thinking... I know it won't be long before those restock notifications about those Volt X binders come in. And I was like... Yeah, maybe I'll treat myself and I'll get myself one of those Volt X binders for the Black Bolt White Flare, you know, combined XL binder that they made. I was like, maybe I'll do that. That could be nice. Nice little reward or something. And then I looked at it and I was like, well, is there actually any point? And I was like, what's the chances of me actually getting anywhere near mastering Black Bolt and White Flare? Like, no way, I'm never going to get anywhere near, am I? I was like, is there actually any point spending money on a binder for it? Because I'm just never even going to get near finishing it. Von Schnitzel, mate. I hope you fucking choke next time you eat a schnitzel. Not enough to the point where you, you know, pass out or anything, but I hope you choke and get a horrible scare. You twat. Fuck you and your cows. God, I hate plane players in this game. The only missile tanks that are absolute dog shit. I assume you mean the Ratel. What, the Ratel 20? That thing's terrible. What other missile tanks are there? I mean, there's like the Striker, the Desert Warrior, the ZTA, the regular Warrior, Swingfire. Not actually that many missiles in Britain, of course. Then you got all the SPAAs, but it's funny that the SPAAs arguably are better TDs than the Swingfire, innit? Just want this. This will change the game for the Falcon. I really want it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I was confused. I thought you were saying that they weren't as bad as two other ship missile tanks. I was trying to wonder what it was that was worse than the Swingfire in the tech tree. There you go. Yeah, Black Bolt White Flare, I'm never going to finish. I'd love to open loads more of it. I think it'd be amazing to open more Black Bolt White Flare. If you never saw it, the VOD's still up. And it'll be on YouTube as well. But we had an insane opening. Oh, I've just started a game right as a break's about to start. But yeah, we had an absolutely insane opening when we did Black Bolt White Flare on stream. So if you haven't seen that, go check out the VOD. You might as well. Those Pokemon streams are always good, but we had the Black Bolt ETB in particular. They were Pokemon Center ETBs as well, but the Black Bolt one in particular was rather insane. It were rather nice, I've got to say. That was a good quality and quantity of pulls in that ETB. White Flare wasn't bad, but Black Bolt definitely was the better of the two. But yeah, I'd love to open some more Black Bolt White Flare, but yeah, I don't think I will. It's kind of depressing to think about the fact that I kind of, at least to some degree, have to give up on the fact of opening Pokemon stuff anymore just because of the current climate of it all, you know? It's a shame that I have to stop doing something like that I enjoy, probably because of just the way it is. Unless Pokemon Company wants to hook me up, but they won't, so. Yeah, also the break's just started. There ain't anything I can do about it. If you don't like the ads, cry about it. I don't know, I can't change anything. Moan to Twitch about it. It's not my problem. Oh, there you go. I'm beyond the point of caring when people moan about ads now. Moan to Dan Clancy. Tell him to stop self-promoing and fix the ad system. This is why I'll never be a Twitch partner. Twitch wouldn't like that very much, I don't think. That was nearly insane. I'm dead. Well, another classic game in the Swingfire. Yeah, I don't know. Pokemon, I think, is one of those things. Sooner or later, I'll have to end up giving up unless things change completely. There's a few things like that I've been thinking about recently with things like that. Not going to get into it though, because it's not particularly interesting. No one wants to hear me rambling about stuff like that, so I won't bother. Lord Clancy, thy kingdom lies in despair or disrepair. Silence we raid. Insert relevant streamer here. Yeah. Yeah, he's something. I'm not a fan of Dan Clancy, if you couldn't tell. Initially, I thought he might have done some good stuff for Twitch, but it just feels like really at the minute under Twitch's... or while Twitch is under his leadership, if you want to call it that, it just looks directionless. Don't really know what they're doing with anything. It doesn't really feel like they're making any positive changes to anything. Like, it's very weird at the moment what they're trying to do, and I don't think they really know what they're trying to do either. They're trying to like TikTokify some stuff and make it more like pro vertical streaming, and let's make all this stuff to do with like yeah, fuck me, I guess, dude. Make all this stuff to do with like the new clips dashboard stuff, or we're gonna make it so it's easier to find clips and vertical streams and stuff, and it's like you aren't gonna out TikTok. Just like move on to fight another war, because you're just gonna pump a load of money into something that's not gonna be successful. You know? You aren't going to out-vertical the vertical platform. Just don't try it. They can't do anything about the discoverability on Twitch because it's terrible, and there's nothing you can really do to change that because all of the discoverability comes from live moments. So unless you have something that's able to figure out things in real time and thus recommend the correct things to people, it's almost impossible to have any discoverability that works properly. And yeah. I don't know. Twitch just isn't in a great place at the minute. They're also hemorrhaging viewership hand over fist as well, but there you go, that's another thing. Welcome back from the break, everybody. You didn't miss anything during the ads, but if you did and you want to go back and see it, go watch the VOD. There you go. Not at liberty to explain everything that happened for the last minute or two. I don't know why everyone obsessed with bandwagonism, no matter what aspect of life it is, in music, in lifestyle trends, and the fucking apps. Because no one creates anything creative for themselves anymore. They just piggyback other people's ideas and do the same old shit that everybody else does. But then instead of anyone actually looking at that and going, you know what, this is just a copy of something else, everyone just dick rides each other and tells everyone that they're doing an amazing job. This is the thing, right? This is like my thing. This is part of the reason why I don't watch a lot of stuff, particularly on Twitch, mostly from the higher view band people. I have nothing against them, and I'm just saying this purely from a point of view of from the way that I see it, from the way that a lot of them are marketed. They're all a dime a dozen. It feels like a lot of the top people, particularly in the VTuber scene, are 99% carbon copies of each other. It's the same personality. They all make the same shitty jokes that I don't really find very funny. And it's like, Maybe I'm just the wrong demographic for those types of people, but I just don't find any of them particularly interesting. And I think that a lot of them just do the same thing, but everybody just laps it up like hungry fucking animals, and I don't really understand it. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of people out there that are a lot smaller and far more interesting than many of the people that are idolized within large communities in the streaming and YouTube space, to be honest. But they never get the light of day because why would they? People are too busy sucking off their favorite person, so. Or in some cases trying to defend them when they do something controversial. I.e. this weird simp people that still try and defend Cinder. For which I say, she's not gonna fuck you, bro. And just move on. Do something different. That's the thing these days though, right? It's like a lot of people when things blow up get popular off of trends and then never do anything different. They just continue doing the same thing forever. The trend dies and then their relevancy dies with it, right? But like at the same time, no, but just people don't do anything different. I say it's even just like down to the level of like humor on Twitch these days. I swear half of it is just the same recycled shitty jokes. Not everyone has the same like stuff, right? Not everyone has the same humor and stuff like that. You're gonna have different people who like different things. I just feel like in a lot of situations it's just the same thing being recycled time after time after time. And then people will sit there and be like, oh my god, that's such a cool creative idea, no one's done that before. And it's like, dude, they've been doing it for years, man. I don't know. To be perfectly honest, when it comes to like the online / streaming space, I think at this point I've just kind of seen too much stuff to look at it from a certain perspective anymore. Where I don't really ever see anything like positive happen anymore. Everything that ever happens is just negative one way or another. And not only that, it's just like the amount of stuff that goes on, as I've talked about many a time before, of people just fucking throwing people under the bus constantly. And people just doing stuff that nobody questions, which is insane. Like, people will just outright lie about stuff, and then people just believe it at face value, and it's just like, I don't know, man. Like I talked about it before, I've said about this, where you'll have someone like, this is the type of thing that you'll find, right? Someone will go on Twitter and they'll go, guys, my house just burnt down, it's the worst day of my life. And the next day they'll talk about how they're retiling their new bathroom. And it's like, brother, you can't have rebuilt a house in a day. Like, clearly it didn't fucking happen, did it? But people still believe it. Oh, you know. They'll set up a fucking Ko-Fi page just for that, though. And maybe I'm just too cynical for the internet these days, but I just feel like 90% of the stuff I read, I just think's full of shit these days, and I just don't buy into anything. You know? It's just people hopping on trends and doing the same shit everybody else does, trying to copy everything everyone else does, get similar art, similar fucking memes that they post, trying to be the similar popularity, similar personality, because, well, that's the popular personality, so I've got to be like them, otherwise I'll never grow. You know? That's why it's just boring at this point. Like, there's no originality, it feels like, in a lot of the spaces anymore. It's just do the same thing, or do the meta strat, or fuck yourself, basically. You know? So, that's why I just don't care anymore. I don't give a shit about it anymore. I don't care if the channel grows anymore. I used to have loads of ambitions for this channel and go, oh my god, I'd love to maybe make it a successful stream one day. I'm beyond caring about that anymore. Because I'm not the right mold of person, nor am I willing to become someone who fucking bends over to become the next trend chaser in order to actually do anything like that. You know? So I just kind of, I think I no longer have any interest in that type of thing. I have my eye on the future and things I want to do in the future, and it doesn't involve the plans that I once had a few years ago. I think things are very different in my life these days, and my kind of ambitions are very different, you know? Everyone's too busy sucking dick to innovate and think of their own. SMH my head. It's true, though. Not wrong. I can understand how easy it is to be jaded and cynical about the internet, which is valid. See, and the thing is, though, right, this is just my opinion about this stuff. I just think this is the way I view it, right, is that a lot of stuff is pretty much you do what the meta is, otherwise you just don't succeed. Other than the few outliers who have success out of kind of nowhere, right? But even a lot of that, there's kind of like meta gamesmanship going on in the background, right? But if you think about someone like Queso is a good example of this. Like Queso, a lot of people, you look at it and you think he's a bit of an anomaly because he kind of popped up out of nowhere. But actually, if you look at the way that he did it, he pioneered people growing on TikTok as a streamer. And he's done incredibly well for himself. And for all intents and purposes, he's one of the few people I watch who's actually a, seems like a half-decent person at the top of Twitch. You know, he's one of those people who, the way he comes across and whatever in his streams, maybe he's very different IRL, I don't know. The way it comes across in his streams, though, is in a very particular way. And it's a way that seems like he actually genuinely gives a shit about what people do. He still calls out when people gift subs and do all that type of stuff. And this man has, he flashes the screen up all the time, 72,000 subs. And if someone gifts a 5, he'll still mention it. I mean, fuck, there's people I've met before who are less than 5k fucking followers, let alone subs, and they won't even acknowledge when people will follow, sub, do anything like that. They won't even say a word. They just fucking blank it. And it's like, and people watch this person? I'd look at it, I'd sub to someone, they don't even acknowledge it at all, and you go, you're a bit of a cunt, aren't you? Jesus. Just giving you $5 for free to help you out, and you're like, nah, mate, blank you. Now, maybe it's like, maybe they just missed it. But then there's also, maybe they just missed it, and then there's cope because they just miss all of them. It's like, no one's missing every alert that goes off in their stream, right? They just ignore them at that point. You know? So it's like, I don't know. That's the other thing as well. People cope way too hard about shit these days just because they like people. I mean, fuck me, dude. The cultism that goes on Twitch as well is ridiculous. I've talked about this many times about the fucking weird-ass cult communities that you get. Of people that will, like, idolize people so much to the point where they think they can do no wrong and will, like, throw themselves in front of other people's bullets to keep their streamer friends safe. And it's like... or they're so worried about what their streamer friend thinks of them that that's all they think about is like, oh, I've got to look good for my streamer friend. And I've seen this firsthand, people who actually do that. They only give a shit about certain things and certain people because it makes them look good in front of someone else. And the second that other person no longer shows interest in the person that they're watching, they're gone. It's all just one big, like, shit show in a lot of places. And I think for me, it's like, there are good people out there, don't get me wrong. There's still some great people out there. A lot of them I met a long time ago. And I've known for a very long time, and I still talk to them. God knows why half of them still talk to me, honestly, at this point. But there you go. But, yeah, it's just... it's not the same these days. I think post-pandemic, like, when Twitch started, like, getting back on its feet after that, I think the kind of general meta of what streaming and that was and was about kind of changed. And I think it's just become too, what's the word? Like, regimented now. As I say, it's just the same things and the same... I don't know. I just don't think it's the same place it was 5 years ago. You know? Welcome in, Forks, as well. How you doing, mate? Literally everything now, like weapon loadouts in games. Oh, gotta have the meta build, and especially bad in creative spaces. Everyone's just trying to be the next one to blow up by copying big streamers, which is ironic because the streamers that seem to blow up are the ones being themselves. Yeah, to some degree, yeah. Some of them do just blow up for doing, like, random shit, you know? Meta this, meta that. Have you met? Have you met? There was a funny one that I saw about that for Destiny 2 once, where it was, there was this video of, there's this guy, I don't watch him anymore because I don't watch Destiny stuff. His YouTube channel was Toad Smoothie, was his name on YouTube. And they used to do challenges in Destiny raids. I think it was a Toad Smoothie video anyway. And they used to do raid challenges where they'd be like beating a raid, but they're only allowed to use like primary weapons or something. And they were doing Vow of the Disciple, which is the one from Witch Queen. We fight Rolk at the end and his 5-head. And they just had this random meme of Rolk pop up. And in like the Rolk voice, one of the people in the VC just went, meta this, meta that. Have you met a fucking girl before? And then everyone just loses it in the VC. That was great. Mets, baby. Yeah, the Mets. Understandable. Yeah, it doesn't... The space doesn't feel the same anymore, you know? And some of that, I think, is as well is like Twitch's attitude towards things has drastically changed as well. We're to the point where Twitch's biggest focus now is on like ad revenue and stuff. They crank the ads up, they tank the revenue for everybody, and then they just use any money they make to make shitty features nobody wants, rather than actually doing things that I think would be beneficial to a large majority of people. You know? Maybe the way I feel about this stuff is just a larger reflection on my general view of the world at the minute, and the fact that everything's kind of fucked, but still. Like, I don't know. The way the world feels to me at this point, genuinely, this is going to sound really depressing. The way the world feels to me at this point is most of the things that I used to find enjoyable, there's hardly any enjoyment in anymore. Just because of the way that things have gone. Whether that be like being involved in things like watching Twitch, that kind of went out the window years ago. There's not that many things I actually enjoy watching anymore, because a lot of it is just that same stuff I was talking about earlier. YouTube's kind of the same. It's not really the same anymore. Obviously the Pokemon space, as I've talked about, is fucked these days. It's just completely fucked. People are too busy trying to make money rather than actually do anything else, which fucks everybody else over. Bikes isn't really as interesting anymore. I used to love watching a bike racing. I don't bother anymore because the same person just wins every week. I mean, because they are talented, but they've also got the best machine on the grid by fucking miles. Like, just a lot of stuff that I used to find enjoyable and whatnot just isn't anymore. And it's just, I don't know. Difficult to enjoy stuff when you have nothing really to look forward to anymore, you know? I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. I was talking about this. I'm actually considering selling my bike as well. I mean, instead of finishing my license, which I was talking about the other day, of saying, oh yeah, I might do it. I've actually just gotten to the point now where I'm like, what's the point? You know, so I'm actually considering just selling my bike and just scrapping it for a while and maybe coming back to it in a few years. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just more of a reflection of me in general these days, being not super upbeat anymore, but well, not that anyone can ever accuse me of being a particularly upbeat, positive person in the first place, but still. It's just not that much enjoyment in the world anymore, it feels like. Or everything that is enjoyable gets taken away by other people's shitty decisions. Whether that be company decisions or people just being fucking terrible, like the Pokemon people. Yeah, nice, thanks. Every fucking game, it's just some twat in a Kaz. Fuck you, man, honestly. Where are my SPAAs? Oh, look, we've got none. There you go, no one can do the old thing of going, oh, do SPAAs. Like they used to do every War Thunder stream when I used to get bombed, and someone would go, oh, just play an SPAA. This is a great example of it as well. War Thunder, dude, it's a video game. It's like, it's not that enjoyable in some cases. Not because of the game, but like sometimes it's unenjoyable to stream because you just have to deal with people coming in and going, spitting, going, ugh, disgusting playlist. Or just constantly going, you should do this, you should do that, and like backseating or whatever it is, you know? It's just like, fuck off, man. Just let me play the game. Honestly. Stuff just not, it doesn't feel as enjoyable as it once did, you know? Post-pandemic world has really sucked, I think. People don't care about other people anymore, and everyone's just focused on getting their nut. Pretty much, yeah. I'd say. You used to be able to get into video games when it felt enjoyable, but you can't even do that anymore. Most games are half-baked at best. Yeah, there's another good example. Video games industry's fucked, man. They exploited shit for too long of paying people paying ridiculous prices for shit games, and now they're paying the price for it. And so is everybody else, because half the stuff that comes out are half-baked shit games, which we've let them get away with for too long. Or they're trying to shove microtransactions down your throat. Yeah, microtransactions for everything, and everything's slowly being, like, strangled. Which, to some degree, I know, you know, there's counter-arguments for all this stuff of someone going, well, video game companies need to make money. And it's like, they do, but they also make far too much money compared to the amount of microtransactions they ram up your ass every game you play. You know? I don't know. It's kind of like you said, Forks, where it feels like people these days are just kind of worried about one thing, and the only thing people really care about is making money and popularity. When it comes to, like, anything. Games, media of any sort. That's kind of what it is now. Like, that's the game. I died to bombs again. Oh no, we live. But, and so a lot of the stuff has gone out of the way. Games just try and, like, jump on the next trend. Like, I saw some shit the other day. I saw a great video the other day that was on Battlefield 6. There's a video about Battlefield 6, and it said, stop listening to streamers. And it was a bunch of compilations of clips from fairly large streamers saying, Battlefield should add this, and it should add that, and this is missing from Battlefield 6. And it's just random shit that everyone's been moaning about for years. Someone said it needs a fucking BR mode. Oh, they should add a battle pass, they should add a BR, and it needs ranked. And it's like, you don't understand Battlefield and what they've just done with that game if that's what you think it wants and needs. No. Because then it just becomes every other bland, boring shooter that's come out in the last 5 years that in a year's time everyone will be going, can't believe that Battlefield 6. EA made such a shit game there, it's just like all the other shooters. But the reason they become like every other shooter is because people ask for it to be like every other fucking shooter. People sit there and they go, we don't want this shit anymore. It's the same for years and years and years. And then they bring out the same game that's the same as all the previous ones, and they lap it up and go, Ubisoft's done it again. We're back, boys. Your Activision COD 75. Same as the last 74, but I'm buying it. I'll pre-order it for 100 quid. It's like, fuck yourselves, man. You're the problem. You're the problem. You go, we don't want this shit anymore. And then you just backtrack on it and fucking backpedal when actually anything changes. And you go, no, Battlefield. No, I want it to be like Battlefield 2042. How dare you make a different game that's actually good? No. Make it like the other ones. Make it like the ones I've already played. No. Innovate. Yes, have like nods to old games and make it in the same style of the franchise it's in, but don't just make it a fucking cookie cutter carbon copy of a previous game because streamers tell you to. The fuck do streamers know about it? They're just fucking gamers like everyone else. When did streamers become the fucking high-ranking opinion in the games industry? They're just some random cunt on the internet like everybody else playing the game. You think they have good knowledge about what makes a good game? Fuck no. They're just random people, dude. People take streamers' opinions way too fucking seriously about everything. It's ridiculous. They act like they have some, like, massive authority on this shit. That's just as fucking clueless as everybody else. That pisses me off so much. It really does. When all they care about is making money and not making a game that people enjoy and playing and letting the money come naturally, it's a problem. Yeah, exactly. I agree, folks. Mike Ransakians. Ransakians. Should give it a rest. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the name, to be honest, now. So much money that they can't even make a decent game because the higher-ups want transactions. Yeah. Either game devs get strong, like, stiff-armed into making shitty games because people, like, shareholders and stuff just complain that it's cost them 100 million to make a game, so they need to make 500 million back to make it worth it. Or people moan about shit, and that's the other thing that I like, right? I've ranted about this so many times. Siege, Destiny, any comp game has the same problem. Everybody sits there and bitches about things in the game until it gets changed, then they bitch about the fact that it was changed. Destiny 2, R6 Siege with Lion, that's a perfect, like, Lion and shit like that. They're like, Well, actually, Lion's probably not a great example of it. But the amount of stuff. Nerf this, nerf this, nerf this. Oh, guys, we're nerfing it in the next patch. What the fuck are you doing, game devs? No one wants you to nerf this shit. Oh, it's terrible now. No one should play the game. Devs don't know what they're doing. It's like, you asked for it. Destiny 2 is the same problem. I've talked about this many a times. I'm one of the rare people in the Destiny community that defends sunsetting from Bungie, right? Because sunsetting, if you don't know, they got to a point where they basically capped all the gear in the game that was older than a certain point, so it couldn't be leveled up to the current meta level for the new expansion that came out, right? Now, on paper, you think, okay, fair enough. Completely wipes the meta, makes it a new thing, which is what happened. People had asked for that for years, not for sunsetting specifically, but they said, guys, the meta's really stale. We've got the same free weapons you can use in every slot for every activity, whether it's PvP, PvE, whatever. We need something different. So they clean slate the game, and people go, I want to play those same free weapons again. I can't play them anymore. And it's like, that's what you wanted, you fucking morons. You asked for it for years, and now you don't like it. Like, oh. This is part of the reason why I think, actually, sometimes it's good when games companies don't fucking listen to the community. Because the community don't know shit either half the time. Half the people are fucking arguing about stuff that's like, they don't even want. Battlefield 6 is perfect. No need for this stupid battle pass bullshit. Agreed. See, will I buy the game? Probably not. I'll be honest. Unless it comes on Game Pass, maybe I'll play it. I probably won't buy it. But, like, did I enjoy my time playing it? Yeah, I thought it was fun. For what it was, I think it was a fun game. And I think it will be largely successful. Judging from what I've seen so far from the previous stuff, I think it'll be very successful. And I think it'll be a good game. Providing they don't ruin it by pandering to fucking idiot streamers who don't know what they're talking about. Don't listen to anyone when it comes to that stuff. If they want to make the game the way they want to make it, make it. Don't listen to people saying you should add this and you should add this. It's like, only do that if it's like genuinely something they want to do themselves and it's actually a good decision to add. And it's not just copious bullshit they want to add that nobody actually wants. Please stop. Apex listened to streamers and it absolutely killed their game. Why pander to 10% of the gamers when 90% of the ones that keep the game going? Yeah. See, sometimes they can have valid opinions, right? Because sometimes the streamers reflect the opinion of the community at large. 9 times out of 10, they don't know. Right? 9 times out of 10, they don't. And the other thing as well is you get this a lot where people will say about, like, when streamers complain about stuff, and people will say, like, well, they listen to them because they pay them or whatever. And it's like, in which case, if you're already getting paid or whatever, either way, or your bank balance depends on playing a video game, it just shows how bad you actually are that you can't adapt to anything if anything changes. You just moan about it. If a meta is difficult, you find a way to counter the meta. If something's just genuinely broken, fair enough, like Siege Shields were for a while. When people's best idea, when Monty was running around, just fucking railing everyone every game, Monty and Blitz when they buffed them, and people's best thing was, you're just shit against shields. Just use a teammate and crossfire him. What a fucking counter that is. Just have another player. The only way you can beat Monty, you can't beat him in a 1v1. You literally need 2 players. Great counter play that is. Yeah, definitely not overpowered. Like, fuck off, dude. But, like, you learn to get around it. You just ban the shields or do whatever you can to get around it, right? But too many people will just sit there and spend the whole time bitching about it rather than try and actually get on with it while they change it. I don't know. I just... Online spaces these days just annoy me, dude. Online spaces annoy me. IRL spaces annoy me. Everywhere just annoys me, and I just want to disappear from the fucking internet and not leave a trace. Half the time. It's an interesting experiment, actually, that I thought about before, where I was like... I genuinely thought about this once as an interesting thing, just to see who actually pays attention. I was going to go into my Discord, put an at everyone, and say, guys, that was the last stream ever, I'm quitting, and see how many people didn't, like, reacted to it. And then I was going to go in the stream on the same day and be like, guys, it was just a joke, I'm not actually quitting, and see how many people like message me afterwards and go, oh my god, I can't believe you're quitting. Oh, so bad, we'll miss you. And it's like, brother, I'm not actually doing it. I'm just seeing how many people would only react when I said that, but haven't reacted or interacted with me for the last 4 years or whatever. And this is a absolute shit show. I thought there was more cover out here, but there ain't, because it's the map boundary. Never mind. Oh, I'm dead. That's my own fault. They're the fucking problem big time. I don't think always, but I think sometimes they can be. I think sometimes communities are too worried about what and like streamers, yeah, streamers will spew out an opinion about something and then everybody laps it up and runs with that because they can't think for themselves. So they just listen to what XQC or someone fucking Jinxie says, and then that's it. That's their opinion now. That's their personality, because they can't think anything past what their streamer told them. Because why would you? So yeah, they just see what one streamer says that goes, oh, this thing's OP, even if it's not, and then just moans about it. I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. There's just not so much enjoyment in things these days, and it's just not. I don't know. Things aren't as fun as they used to be. And the main problem is people not having, not being able to think for themselves, and this hive mind mentality. That's part of it, certainly, yeah. People just fucking listen to the loudest person. They don't fucking listen to someone who's talking sense most of the time. And a lot of those people you don't ever hear about anyway, who actually talk, like, with balanced opinions about things. I just think, to use the old expression that, like, people used to use, watching stuff on the internet these days and seeing people formulate their opinions based on people who know nothing about the world and nothing about what they're talking about is literally the blind leading the blind. You know, when you see some of the stuff that people listen to as genuine opinions that they'll, like, defend till death, it's actually just incredible how, like, lost some people are. So yeah, I don't know.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
TLDR, the internet's terrible, and you should all avoid it at all costs. Welcome in, Alien.air. How's it going? I remember you came in on a raid from Emma before. Like a year ago, I think, when I was playing Fallout New Vegas. There you go. And hi, Undo, as well. How's it going, man? How'd the old legal dispute go between your old company and your new company? I think that was the last time I spoke to you. I don't give us the details. What's happened since? Did they go to court against each other and have a ding dong in the courtroom? What happened? This Rakuten can't even be mad. Like, mate, just where are you going? Rakuten players. Oh, Rakuten players. Chilling? Hey, fair enough. We're chilling, but we're also ranting. We're ranting about stupid shit like terrible streamer opinions on things like Battlefield 6. What we're ranting about today. And how there are people out there who genuinely think it needs a battle pass and shitty modes that no one wants, just to make it bland like every other shooter that comes out these days. That's what we're ranting about, that. And that things these days that used to be enjoyable aren't really that enjoyable anymore, because it's all got the fun sucked out of it by one way or another. Like the Pokemon space. Collecting the TCG used to be fun, and now it's just nice money hoarders. Been dead silent, haven't heard anything from them for like 2 months. So this is while you're at the new place, you haven't heard anything from the old place for like 2 months. How's the new place been then, Undo? Let me fix that real quick. You're gonna kick up a giant thing, are you, Ernie? Get them involved, mate. Start atting them on Twitter. At the companies on Twitter and start getting them to beef. That threw me off for a second when I read that message, because I saw you write Lemmy, and because I saw him online earlier, it just made me think, I was like, oh, it's Jay in stream. I was like, oh, Jay in chat. I know Jay was on earlier streaming. Nice. I'm just fucking, no, getting out. Get out of that match before I put my forehead through my desk, quite frankly. Terrible game. The games today have been abysmal. Albeit we're ranting, but still. Cut their sandwiches. Yeah. That's what the knife's for, right? Know who says those things? People who play the game for 2 weeks and then drop it for the next hot game. Yeah, kind of what I was saying earlier. Saying in general that people hold streamers' opinions way too highly than they should. Like, why people take the opinions about games of people like XQC seriously, I don't understand. You know? It's like, how is that guy any kind of expert on games? Alright, he's played some. Like a lot of other people have. And yes, he's done stuff in his like professional career. But he's never... He's not some ruling opinion on video games. Yet, he gets thousands and thousands of fanboys that'll just spew out the same shit that he says about a video game, which just makes games all worse, because then they just become the same as every other game, and then they'll have a discussion the week after going, God, every game's the same these days, guys. Meanwhile, he'll sit there and go, Battlefield 5, because he can't even get a fucking word out of his mouth without saying it 15 million times. He'll go, Battlefield needs a battle pass. Not because he has like a stutter or anything. He just, for some reason, I guess, says like a word 5 billion times before he actually says it. But like the other day, he was moaning about Battlefield 6 not having a battle pass and ranked. And it's like, that's the point. It's also a beta, so like... But like, don't put ranked in it. Have Battlefield be a game that's casual and for fun, rather than for fucking sweat lords to go and spend 15 hours a day playing and perfecting their fucking settings. Like, that's what makes games not so fun these days. New place is way better, much more like what I wanted to do when I started applying for the job. That's good, man. I'm glad. Glad it's been good. That's what we love to see. I'm glad to see my my community members being successful, you know? Stop being annoyingly hot. That's what we love to see. It was annoyingly hot here for a while as well. Unless you're from over here as well, in which case you already know, but people actually do that. But it's the same with all of them though. Like I was talking about this earlier. I watched a video that was a compilation of shit streamer opinions about Battlefield 6. Where they just done the beta. I didn't play it a huge amount. I thought it was fun though, but I didn't play a huge amount of it. But the amount of just shit opinions that people had on it. They're like big streamers going, it needs a battle pass, it needs ranked, it needs a BR game mode. And it's like, no it doesn't. It's Battlefield. It doesn't need that. It just needs to be Battlefield. And people will love it. Stop trying to add all this extra shit to make it just the same as every other shooter that comes out. Just so we can have the conversation in a month's time about how it's bland, boring, the game's dead, and it's the same as every other shooter that's come out. But people will walk into that, make it the same as every other game, and then moan when it comes out the same as every other game. It's like, you're the problem. If you keep asking for everything to be the same, it will be the same. Alright, well, I'll take that kill. Bit of a sus kill. Not really sure how that got him, but, you know. Honestly thought we'd have hit the trees, but I'll take it. I don't think we're getting this Yag Tiger. Right. Nah. You yell loud enough, the kids will believe everything you say. It's not even just that though, dude. It's like adults do the same thing. Like I was talking about this before. I've talked about it a number of times, but you'll get these weird like cult communities on Twitch, dude. Where they'll like act like the streamer is some like fucking god or something who can do no wrong. It's just weird. I've seen it like firsthand and from other like things and clips and perspectives. It's just strange, dude. It's like people just believe anything they hear and see these days that comes out of anyone else's mouth, man. No one looks at things themselves from their own like perspective and opinion. They just see what someone else says and then regurgitate the same shit and then white knight it if someone disagrees. You know? Like, I reckon a good fit over 50% of the content creation space is just a bunch of fake people being fake to each other. Yet no one will remove the mask to determine the other people are fake. There are good people out there. Hence why I say it's probably like 50-50. But like, loads of people are just gaming each other. That's just the whole thing. They just pretend to care about stuff while it's relevant, and the second things actually are different, they won't care anymore. That's just how it works. You know? But, yeah, I don't know. Well, I kind of hate the content creation space these days. Oh, I'm probably dead. I don't know who hit me. I'd say probably the 44-100. I'm dead. There ain't no way I'm getting out of this. Someone probably could kill some of those people, but they're too far down, I think, for us to hit. Can't fire off a missile that way either. My win can... Yeah, I was going to say my only chance of surviving is luck. Have a good one, Nitty. Thanks for hanging out, man. Wait, you're not a god? I've been lied to? Yeah. I don't want people to view me in any kind of way like that, you know? What I want people to do is, like... If I have an opinion about something, I want people to listen to it, but I also want them to think about it for themselves, you know? And not just blindly agree with things. Because I just see that too much as well. Blind agreement with stuff. Or like anything, man. Too many people I just think aren't honest about things these days, you know? If people are a lot more honest about things, it would probably help, but people just aren't. Like, when it comes to people, right, I don't pretend to be friends with people. I'm either friends with someone or I'm not. If I give no indication whatsoever that I'm friends with someone, chances are I'm probably not, and you should just take that at face value, you know? But, like, too many people just kind of, like, try and just be friends with people because it's convenient, or friends with people because it looks good for other people. They don't actually care about people in the most part. I'll say I've seen it firsthand, so I know it's the case that this happens. Where people want to look good in front of their other streamer friend or whatever, you know? Or you'll get people that'll be nice to their streamer friend who's being successful at the minute. But the second that their streamer friend falls off, they should pretend they don't even know who they are anymore, you know? And it's just kind of crazy. The whole, like, space just needs a big old reset that will never happen. Needs to go back to, like, pre-pandemic times, basically. Back before it all became too serious and whatnot. I might get the ZSU, you never know. I will get the ZSU. Nah, it's not going to blow up and kill him. I might get the 47, though. Nope, none of them. Back when people did things for fun instead of money. Yeah. Well, I was talking about this earlier, right? Because one of the things that I've done the streams of before is the TCG streams where I open stuff. I was saying earlier that it's probably one of those things that I kind of have to consider just in general giving up, because it's impossible to find anything. Because any product just gets bought up by people looking to make money on it in 10 years' time or flip it for profit. So at this point, there's no point really being able to buy anything because you can't get any, or if you do, the prices are so overly inflated, it's unreal. And it's just... there's no fun in it anymore. You can't really find fun in something where you can't get anything, and when you do find stuff, it's just overly inflated prices for everything. And it sells out in like 2 seconds. Like, that's the problem. Like the pre-orders, some of it's getting better, right? But like the pre-orders on some of the stuff, Black Bolt and White Flare and things like that, when they came out for the Pokemon sets, like the pre-orders will sell out in like less than 2 minutes. And it's like, unless you just no-life it and sit in the queue for 8 hours, it's like you're never going to get anything. And then if you don't get anything, well, just buy it from someone, you know, buy it on the secondary market, where the price has now gone from 100 to 300 or whatever. And that's like, it's just not... it's not worth it, you know? While I still enjoy opening that stuff, and I always still try to if I can, I also realize the reality of the situation is that none of that's going to change for a long time. And the chance of me ever opening a booster box again for a while is pretty much gone. Because it's just too expensive. And even if I wanted to get some at even slightly higher prices, it's like, I don't have the money for that anymore. That shit's too expensive to, like, consider doing. So, oh, nice. Yeah, another one that lands it on top of me, even though he was facing a different fucking direction. It's just, yeah, it's just not so much fun in a lot of stuff anymore. The world's just miserable these days, you know? And all the fun's been dragged out of it. At least that's how I view it. But then again, as I say, maybe I'm just cynical. Thank you for the resub again, though, Undo. I really appreciate it, my dude. I say, I'm glad to hear that your stuff with the new job's going well. Sad to hear. Yeah, it's been happening for a while. So the issue started in November of last year. Really? Oh, I never changed the ammo on the Falcon. But the issue started last year when, around November, when one of the Christmas set, like, right before Christmas sets came out, and the prices of everything after... So the pre-orders all went up for it, and it was still normal price, because the last time I bought that on stream. Regular booster box for a new set that came out. And I ended up buying it, and I think I bought a booster box and ETB bundled together for 140 quid. Which normally that should be 205 together, but I bought it for like 140. And during the course of after the pre-orders went out for that set, the prices of all of it just skyrocketed. And then pretty much since that point in about November last year. So getting on for a year, everything's just been sky high and impossible to find. Because it just gets scalped by people and then they just sell it, resell it for triple the price. So yeah. But I was just kind of saying earlier that like a lot of things that I used to do that I used to enjoy, there's just no enjoyment in it anymore, you know? I was saying earlier as well that I've been considering just selling my bike as well, because I just don't get much enjoyment out of it anymore. So I don't know. Say maybe it's more of maybe it's a reflection of me in general these days rather than the world at large, but I don't know. Everything that I actually want or everything that I want to do just feels unattainable, you know? Or like it will take years and years and years and years to actually do it to the point where it isn't really worth doing a lot of stuff anymore. So yeah, I don't know. World's in a weird place right now. Oh, Jesus. Oh, a mouse. don't know how much of me is poking over the ridge. That's the problem here. These missiles are so slow, dude. Seems like our mate who was next to us didn't... Oh, nice. Fare so well. Instantly dies after killing me as well in his VMP. Yay. It's telling me on the map there's something up there, but I don't think there actually is. It's our first time with the APDS Falcon as well, so we've got the higher pen rounds now, 110. We can actually fight some vehicles if we wanted to. That's a drone, that's what it's being used for. When he gets within 2 kilometers, I'll probably start shooting, but... There's no way that was the helicopter that just shot me, so I have no idea where all those missiles came from. And he's dead before I get anywhere near him. Camp pen and mouse, camp pen a 2000, and the 906 that was over there, and an M60 is not exactly fun for me to fight either, so... This is going to be awkward. Can I get his side at least? No, because he's behind a building, although maybe. If the M60 comes out, we might get him. This is such an awkward... There's the Falcon at its finest. Stupid tank that this thing is. Or SPAA even, I guess. Such a dumb vehicle, this thing. The fact that I just sniped an M60 is just stupid. That must be the helis, man. Craziness, man. Absolute craziness. Oh, just fucking mouse as well. God, it's so boring playing against fucking mouse players. That guy has too much ammo in his tank. Not very common to kill a mouse that easily, shooting it through the turret front. I don't even care that I died to him. I'd rather get out of the game and not play with these fucking morons anymore. I hate mouse players. They're just the worst. I'm going to pause there for a minute as well, because we got a BRB coming up, so we'll chill in a minute and go to the BRB. We've done good though with unlocking some stuff that we have today, so I can't complain too much about the general bits and pieces. Things haven't actually been too terrible. So I'm going to switch screens early. I'm going for a slightly longer BRB, I think. So in a couple of minutes, there'll be a break that plays. Okay. And then I'll be back after that. So I'm going to go for that real quick, and then I'll be back. Alright, BRB everybody. Okay, let's carry on with this train wreck, shall we? Otherwise known as War Thunder. Get back to it. Not the best map to start on either, to be fair, but yeah. Swingfire is just useless everywhere, so I mean, it's like nowhere on this map's gonna be good for it. It's gonna be terrible wherever we take it.
Crew positions. Ready up. Driver ready.
Try and take it to B, but whether or not it'll work out or not, I don't think it will. It's a 9s game as well, so yeah, it's not gonna be great. Could try and play the long angle down to B, but the problem is my missiles take so long to get anywhere that there's no guarantee I'll kill anybody. So, might not actually work, and we have a potential to get shot in the back. We can try though. You can see people across there because of the traces.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
How is that going to do? I don't know what these two are doing in the top corner, but
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Advance! Roger. Advancing. Tank. Well,
I don't think I ever asked about your trip to the US, so how was it? Oh, it was amazing, mate, to be honest. It was, well, I was going to say best 2 weeks of the year. It's probably been the best 2 weeks of the last 5 years, to be honest. It was great. I had a really good time with it, and it's a shame that it had to come to an end. And that I had to come back, because it was the, as I say, the most enjoyable experience I've had for a long time, to be honest. Yeah, it was great. We did a bunch of stuff. Ate a lot of stuff. Yeah, it was good. Did anything fun? We did loads and loads of stuff, to be honest. Okay, I already knew I was going. Not all of it specific stuff. It was just fun hanging out, you know. It's just fun hanging out, eating food and stuff. We did a few various different things while we were there. I ended up going to the Jack Daniels distillery, which was kind of nice because I do drink some of their whiskey stuff, so that was kind of cool. I went around there while I was out and about on one of the days. But yeah, we just did a lot of kind of general stuff. It was just nice. Just hanging out and vibing, really. It was good. I say I ate a lot of good food as well. It was a really nice time, and shame I had to come back to depressing old England. Because it's depressing coming back here to England from when you've been away. It's, yeah. That was it was a shame coming back, and be a little while before I go again, probably. Maybe a year or two. But you gotta eat some good food on vacation, right? Yeah. Probably ate too much, to be honest. We also did a stream together at one point on Oreo's channel, where I had to sneak in some surprise packs as well, which I managed to find while I was over there. But we did a bunch of stuff. We ate some chicken sandwiches, which were good, from some of the various like more popular like chicken sandwich places over there. I was comparing them and seeing which one I thought was best. We also got a bunch of donuts from a little place as well. I don't know how many donuts we had. We had like 15 donuts that we split up, and we had to go at all of them as well. Tried them all on stream to see how good they were. It was good. It was a fun time. Yeah, no, I had to find some packs while I was there. I was actually pretty successful in my pack hunting while I was there. But the only problem was I didn't really pull anything good. I just pulled the same old shit that I previously got. So it didn't quite work out so well with the pulls, but no, it was really good. I was a little saddened to find out afterwards that actually if I'd gone at a slightly different time of year, I could have got the plane ticket for nearly half the price that I paid. Which was a bit rough. I found that out about a week ago when we were memeing about TwitchCon, talking about how like expensive it is to actually go. And I looked at flights to San Diego in October, and it was like 600 quid. And I was like, oh, I wonder what the flights would have been like if I'd gone at that same time of year to where I went. And it was like 650 quid. And I spent like 1,250. So I was like, oh, shit. So I know when I'm going next time, and it ain't in the summer. Apparently I'm going sometime between October and February. Or March, that's when I'm going next. When it does not involve any of the summer months where it's busier and or hotter and more expensive. Good to know for next time, I guess, but that still sucks. Does a bit, but it's, you know, it's, as you say, it's just good to know, isn't it? 15 donuts, don't think I ever had that many donuts in my entire life. So we had like 15 or something like that, 16, something like that amount maybe. And then we would just split them up into quarters and try a bit of each one. There was a place she used to work at. She used to have a bakery job. I don't know if anybody remembers. But she used to have a job at this bakery. And I do enjoy a donut, I've got to say. One of my favourite sweet treats. You know, and she was like, oh, you've got to try the donuts from the place I used to work at, because they're really good. And so we went in there one day and bought basically one of every donut they had. And, yeah. That was good. We cut them all up. The only problem was after doing it after the chicken sandwiches, I felt pretty horrific. Because I'd eaten like, what? Was it 3? No, it might have been 4 halves of a chicken sandwich. So I'd eaten the equivalent of like 2 full chicken sandwiches. And then like, you know, 4 full donuts or whatever it was in quarter form. So it was very rich and it was a lot of stuff, and I was bursting at the seams by the end of it. So I felt pretty rough for maybe an hour or 2 afterwards, while my stomach got used to it. But after that, it was alright. Yeah, no, it was a great experience. Also, it was kind of strange because it was the first time flying on my own and whatnot. So I haven't told you about the when I flew back debacle. I don't think undo. I said I don't think I've spoken to you about this stuff since I've been back. On the flight back was a bit of a pain in the ass. The actual flight over there was pretty easy. So I went on the bus because I don't live. I'm not doxing myself by saying this. I don't live anywhere near London. I don't live, you know, I live in a completely different part of the country from London, which is where I was flying from. But I had to get to Heathrow, and the cheapest way of doing it, one of the quickest ways of doing it for me would have been to get the train, but the problem is it's very expensive. Train ticket for me to get to London from where I live would have been about £250 for the return, and I was just like, yeah, fuck that. So I decided to get a bus. So I got a bus, which my expectations were pretty low, and to be fair, you know what? My expectations were kind of blown away. It was great. It was quiet. It was fast. I actually got there like 15 minutes, 20 minutes to the airport early, and that's actually to the door. That included a sort of 15-minute wait at one of the other terminals at the airport where they were dropping and picking people up. So in theory, we actually got to Heathrow about half an hour early, which was pretty good for a Monday at like 11 o'clock-ish. No, it wasn't even that. It was like 9 o'clock on a Monday, I think. Traffic. So it was actually really good. Got there to the airport. Had a bit of a struggle with check-in because half the stuff wasn't working. So like the bag drop machines weren't working because at Heathrow, I don't know if it's the same anywhere else, it's all automated now. So you don't speak to anyone at check-in, you just go up and type it in on a screen. And then when you do your bag drop, you have to stick your own stickers on and stuff. the scanner wasn't working when I first did my stuff on the check-in, so it wouldn't accept my passport. And then eventually I got through that, and then I went to the bag drop where the belts weren't working. So I stuck my bag on, went through all the process of doing stuff, and I was like, nice, we're done. You know, send it all off. Easy enough. Bag's up there. It scans the tag, and I'm like, okay, I haven't done anything wrong. This is good. And then I just see a sign pop up on the thing just saying, like, belt reversing. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, what have I done wrong? And then the person who was, like, vaguely nearby helping someone else comes over to me, and they're like, you all right? And I'm like, no, it's all gone wrong. They were just like, oh, all of the rest of them are broken this morning, so it's not your fault. And I was like, okay, good. Maybe they just tell everybody that to make them feel less stupid after it doesn't work. But I think actually it was all of the belts were breaking, or the software was broken or something, where it would read the tags on people's bags and then wouldn't actually put them into like the conveyor system, you know, where it takes them underground and takes them to all the planes and storage and that. So it would just reverse the belt when it scanned the tag, so it wouldn't accept it into the like general conveyor belt. But I eventually got through there, went through. Security was a breeze, although they did want me to do some like additional screening on my shoes for some reason. It was only like a little mini thing where they wanted me to step on this weird foot pad thing that no one else had to do. Don't know why. But that was really easy. Went and got ripped off for food. Tell you what, I bought a bag of M&Ms, right? Like peanut M&Ms. Like one of the normal size bags. Not the big ones. The type of ones that like convenience store type bags, you know, that has like enough in but not a huge amount. £9 that was. £9. I got ripped off there. I was going to buy a sandwich, but because it was, I flew out, the flight left at 4 p.m. So of course you board at 3 and you want to be there a little bit sooner. So I went and bought some like, I was going to buy a sandwich, but I couldn't get any. There was none left. So I ended up buying a wrap. Ate me wrap, drank a Red Bull, because I'd been up since 5 a.m. or something, because I didn't really sleep the night before. So I went and did all that stuff. Okay, they do have it in Amsterdam as well, yeah. I do like the automated system, but it does leave you with a bit of a problem if it doesn't work properly. You're a bit fucked. Because then you got to go and awkwardly go and ask someone and go, oh, it's not working. Can you help me? Think of it a boop. Yeah, so I got through that eventually and got ripped off for food, which was an absolute pain in the ass, and I hated it. Got to the plane, got to the gate. Bit of a mess there, because they said, like, right, boarding groups 1 to 8, I think it was. Now, I was at the back of the plane, so I was thinking, okay, well, I'll probably be boarding fairly quickly, because I'm at the back, so they want to get me on first, right, back to front loading. So they do the normal thing, you know, I'm in boarding group 3, I think. So, like, first class people, because it was either first, maybe there wasn't first on that flight. It was first or business, whichever one. Thanks for the alert, Maximum. Where they got those people on first, as they do. And then they, you know, start moving the next people on. And then it gets to, like, group 3, which is me. I'm like, nice, group 3, ready? They just go, everyone from groups, like, 3 to 8, you can now come up to the gate. And I was just like, what's the fucking point of that, then? Why have 8 groups if you're going to do the first lot for business class and all that? And then they go, right, now we'll let everyone else just fight it out at the door. I was like, oh, for fuck's. So then I get through the actual door on the gate, and I'm like, right, there's a plane right there. Nice. Looks like it's probably the one. And they go, oh, this way, please, sir. And I'm like, okay, all right. Walk down. Guess what it is? Fucking bus. Because, of course, we aren't... strangely, we were at a gate, but the gate where the planes were wasn't where we were flying from, I guess. I don't know if they changed the gate last minute or what. But... so then... we had to get like a 15-minute bus journey from the gate to actually where the plane was. Get on the plane, go in, you know, sit down. Luckily, there was no one sat next to me, which was great. So I was on a row of 4. I was on the right-hand side of a row of 4. There was 2 people on the row up the left-hand side. There was a couple. And then there was a gap in between me and them. Which is kind of what I wanted, because I just wanted to be sat on my own. But you can't get single seats, of course. And I wasn't going to pay for 2 seats, because you think I made a fucking money. So I didn't, you know, so I got my seat and whatnot. And it was, the flight actually on the way over there was great. Flight was great on the way over there. It dragged a bit, I'll admit. I mean, it was 9.5 hours. I think that was the scheduled flight time. I think they shaved a bit off, because I think there was a bit of a I don't think it was like a tailwind or anything like that, but I think it was one of those ones where they expected it was going to take longer up the other end, because you know how it is. You get to an airport and then they say, oh, we're going to be flying around circling for 20 minutes while we wait for a slot to land. We got straight there, and then he was like, right, we're landing straight away. It's all clear. So that was good. Got in the airport, you know, got through. I'm like, oh god, here we go. Got to get through customs and all that now. Hopefully they don't find the mass amounts of drugs that I have in my... you know, that I didn't have in my bag, obviously. I didn't have any of that, of course I was memeing. So I'm like, okay, I'll go get the bags. So I had to go grab my bags first from the typical carousel, which took like 30 minutes before the bags came around, which was pretty bad. Because the worst part was, the airport I went to had 2 baggage carousels for international flights, because it's obviously US where there's a lot of domestic flights. They like segregate the international stuff to a separate area. So there was only 2 belts, and we were the only flight there, and it took like 30 minutes to get the bags off. I was like, fucking hell, here we go. And then every person that got their bag, I was like, that's another one in the immigration queue in front of me that I'm gonna have to wait for. So I go to the immigration queue. Thankfully my bag comes out maybe halfway through. There's probably still half the people there. So I got relatively lucky, grabbed my bag, go to the immigration queue, and then I'm stood there for probably 15 minutes waiting, maybe longer. I get to the front of the queue, and then at that point, for whatever reason, the people who'd gone up to, you know, give the passports and do all that stuff, decided to take the longest I've ever seen in an immigration queue of a good, like, 10 to 15 minutes to deal with those those individual people. So I was probably there for half an hour in the immigration queue after spending probably half an hour getting my bag. So I was a bit kind of like, I just want to get out of here at this point. So I get out of the airport. I'll read everything in chat in a minute and catch up. But I get out and I'm like finally free, and I'm like, yeah, man, the guy said I can go and whatnot. I did ask him an interesting question though, because I've been to the US before years ago, and he did the whole thing where he goes, put your fingerprints on here, and, you know, for security reasons, so they can, you know, have some of my biometric data, I guess, for if I committed a crime or anything, which is fair enough. And so I went and did it, and I asked them about whether they have my old stuff on there, because of course I've flown there years ago, back when I was a youth. And I was sort of asking him, I was like, do you have all my old like ones from when I was 14 on there or anything? And I was just chatting with the bloke for a minute while he was doing all my stuff. He only asked me about 2 questions. He basically just said, why are you here? How long are you here for? I was like, well, you know, maybe I'm just a trustworthy chap. And he just went, no, this fella, there's nothing sus about him. We'll just let him straight in. So they let me in, message Oriole, and I'm like, right, I'm out the terminal, or I'm about to leave the terminal. Where are you? She goes, I'm in like parking lot A or whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, to save you coming all the way around here to the terminal where it's a pain in the ass, I'll just meet you at the parking lot. I was like, it's not that far away. I literally see a sign for it, right? Step out the door. What do I hear? Massive crash. Thunder and lightning. And I'm like, ah, fuck. And then the rain starts. So there's me. Got off a plane. I've been on for 9 hours. Been waiting for like an hour in immigration and all that stuff. I'm stood there in my jeans because I was flying, and, you know, it's like travel clothes, and a blue denim jacket. And it starts tipping it down with rain. And I'm like, oh, brilliant. So I'm like, well, it's all right, because I'll just message her and be like, oh, it started raining. You know, where are you, so I can get there like quickly. I'm not going to hang around. And then I realized I stepped out of the terminal building and I had no data. So now I had no data, so I couldn't message her to find out where she now was. Hey, we got free upgrade in the Falcon. So I now didn't know where she was, because, well, she was in that spot in like the parking lot, but I didn't know where in there. And it's huge. It's an airport, right? As you can imagine, it's a giant parking area. So I turn up and I'm like, oh, fuck. Now I don't know what... I've stepped out the terminal. It's raining. I haven't got any data on my phone. I don't have any Wi-Fi either anymore because I'm too far away from the terminal building. So I was like, oh shit, I've just got to follow the signs. So I eventually managed to get... while walking, I was absolutely soaked at this point. I got to this small tree. I went and stood under the tree and I thought, I can't do this. So at that time, I spent... Oh, it was... How much was it? £15, I think, for 24 hours of data, which was outrageous, just so I could like send her a message. I think I called her on Discord and I was just like, hey, where am I going? Because I'm absolutely soaked. Walk around the corner. Eventually, I ended up finding her. She came out and like met me in this little undercover bit. You know, went home, did all that stuff. Fast forward 2 weeks to when I leave. Get to the airport. Everything's easy. Go through. Security's easy. Get to the gate. Practically, they're boarding by the time I'm there. Nice and easy. So I'm like, perfect. Get on the plane. Get on the plane. Go to the back where I was. Same seat as I was going on the way. I go down. Sit in my seat. 2 people sit down, you know, next to me on the row again. I'm like, oh, same setup as before. I think I even recognized a couple of people who were on the flight the other way as well. So I was like, nice. Good here. So I'm chilling. And the plane looks like it's pretty much finished boarding. And I'm like, okay, good. It's looking clear next to me. Lovely stuff. And then this woman walks down the aisle and she goes, oh, I'm sat next to you. And I just go, I'm like, shit. I'm like, don't look too annoyed. Don't look too annoyed. I'm like, oh, nice. Nice. Fuck. I'm just like, fucking random person sat next to me now. I was like, oh, shit. Okay. I was like, oh, I'll get up. Because I was on the aisle seat. So I was like, I'll get up. You can put your stuff in. They get up and do that. And then she starts randomly talking to me about how she actually wanted an aisle seat. And I was like, okay, are you trying to like get me to switch with you or something? Because like, I'm 6'2". I need the aisle seat because my legs otherwise will be inside my chest. So I was like, no, I can't. I was like, yeah, oh, that's a shame. You couldn't get an aisle seat. Oh, that sucks. I wasn't going to cave into it. I was like, that's fucking pain, isn't it? And then the flight attendant bloke behind me, nice bloke, he taps me on the shoulder and he waves this bit of paper in my face. And I'm like, oh God, what have I done? Like, what's happened? And he goes, is this you? And I'm like, oh, what have I done? I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's my name. And he goes, come with me. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, uh-oh. What's about to happen? And then he goes, bring your bag. And I was like, all right. And I grabbed my bag and then he said it in such a way that sounded really bad as well. Welcome in, Ulsa, as well. I'm just recalling the tale of when I went on vacation earlier this year. And then he like pulled me away a few feet away from where I was, and I was like, oh, what's this gonna be? I was like, and then he said it like that in such a way that was kind of like, oh God, it's like he's like some undercover officer. He's about to like bust me to the FBI or something. I'm about to get locked up. And then he just goes, the lady next to you wanted the aisle seat, and obviously you were there. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, so to accommodate for her, what we've done is we've moved you. And I was like, here we fucking go. Like, I was like, I just want to point out, I was like, I did pay for the seat specifically, so I'm not, you know, I'm not being funny, but yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, right? And then he goes, well, we've upgraded you. And I was like, okay, fine. I still paid for the seat, so I'm kind of still... Even now, they never refunded me for it. I know they'll go, well, you got an upgrade, but I still think they should have refunded me the 50 quid I paid to reserve the seat, because I never actually got the seat. But anyway, so he's like, oh, I'm going to upgrade you. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Never had that happen before. First time flying on my own, and I got upgraded, which I have heard that flying on your own is quite good for that sort of thing, because they don't have to move multiple people. So I got moved up to premium, and I was like, okay, this is all right. But then, like, the whole plane had already settled and everyone was boarded, so I had to do that, like, awkward thing where I, like, you know, walk back up the plane while everybody sat down staring at me. And then eventually I find my new seat, which is next to another person. And I'm like, oh, here we go. So you think, oh, well, you know, salvage story then, right? It wasn't great. It's turned out to be good. You got an upgrade out of it. The flight home must have been great. Wrong. That's only where the start of the problems were, right? The person next to me was this American person who was fucking annoying the entire flight because essentially what they kept doing was sticking their feet on like my side of the divide in the middle, which was really annoying. So they kept like sticking their leg across, and so it's like I'd only get like half of my room, which was really annoying because then I wanted to put my feet out in the aisle. But every time I did that, someone would want to walk past, so I'd move my feet back in. It was a pain in the ass, right? So that was annoying. The 2 people in front of me, the corpses that were in front of me, they were about 300 years old, the both of them. They looked like something that could have been found in a pyramid. Both of those two decided to recline their seats fully back from about the couple of minutes mark into the air, which was really annoying because, of course, again, as being someone who's 6'2", it was relatively uncomfortable because then it was just like you have this screen right in front of your face. So I barely had any room for the rest of the whole flight because these two fucks in front of me decided to fully recline their seats to like 45 degrees back or whatever it was. And then to make matters worse, on the upgrade, remember, which I know it just sounds like, oh, he's just complaining. On my right was a family of 4, right? The family of 4, the husband, the wife, you know, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, and 2 young kids who cried the entire flight, but 8 hours. So I had like the annoying fucks in front of me who were reclining. I had the person next to me who kept sticking their leg over on my side. And then I had the 2 crying children. Like, we took off, they cried. We landed, they cried. There was a turbulent, they cried. Someone came around with food, they cried. Someone came around with water, they cried. Someone walked past to go to the toilet at the back of the plane, they cried. So it was like the entire time for 8 hours. The only time they didn't was for like an hour when they slept, I think. And I was just like, man, typical. I get a fucking upgrade, and then it's just miserable. The entire... I was like, mate, I'd have rather been back there. It would have been all right. But no, it's my first experience getting an upgrade, and it was a mess. And then I get back to Heathrow. I start going through all the stuff. I'm absolutely knackered at this point. I haven't slept on the plane. I left at what would have been... The flight left at 9 p.m. US time and arrived at Heathrow at 11 a.m. I hadn't slept the whole night, and of course I'd slept the night before, but I hadn't slept the entire day, so I woke up at like 9 a.m, 10 a.m, or whatever it was, because I decided to sleep in a little bit. So then I got back to Heathrow, and I was absolutely shattered. Go through all the process, immigration, all that is basically non-existent. You just have to scan your passport, and they'll let you through. Got my bag, which took about 30 minutes again, and as I'm waiting for my bag, the woman from the plane, you know, the first one who wanted my seat, just I'm like sat there just minding my own business, like almost trying not to fall asleep, and she just walks up behind me and she's just like, oh, all right, oh, how are you? And I'm just like, oh, fuck, you know. Now this woman randomly wants to talk to me, and I'm like, oh, say. And she's just like, oh, how was the upgrade? And I think I put her off because I just turned around. I probably looked like a corpse because I hadn't slept, and I went, it was fucking miserable. She's just like, oh, okay. And I was just like, yeah, it wasn't great. And I just said, like, yeah, there was crying children next to me the entire time, and the people in front just reclined, and it was horrible. He was like, oh, that's a shame. Anyway, and then she just, like, grabbed the stuff off the belt and walked off, and I was like, thank fuck for that. Then I got out of the airport, found the place, because I was getting a bus back, got on the bus with my bags, which was easy enough. Although that was kind of annoying in itself, because when I went and got on a bus, the whole bus was basically free, but I paid for a specific seat, because there's one seat on the bus where there's not a seat in front of you. So you have, like, unlimited leg room. Someone was sat in it, and the rest of the bus was free. And I was like, again, I wouldn't kick up a fuss about it if it wasn't for the fact that I'd paid for the seat. So I was just like, mate, do you mind if I just, you know, it's like, I reserved the seat. Do you mind if I, and he's like, oh yeah, no problem, I'll move. Where does he move? Literally the seat next to me. He don't move to a different row. He had nothing with him. He just sat next to me the entire time. So it was basically, I don't know, maybe another like 10 people got on at the next stop. And it was just me awkwardly sat next to this fucking bloke the entire time. That was terrible. I think I nearly fell asleep like a couple of times on the bus on the way back. And then I got back eventually, and I went back home, but yeah, it was a harrowing experience on the way back. He just wanted the extra legroom as well. The seat next to me didn't get the extra legroom, no. So the way it was like a 3, right? So you have where would be the 2 in front and then the 2 behind. But it was only the one on the front right was where the seat was. The front left, there wasn't a seat. Because it was designed to be like the front left was the disabled spot. Where, you know, you'd put someone with a wheelchair if they needed to get on. So there was no seat there because that was the wheelchair, like, disabled spot. So the guy just randomly sat next to me for no apparent reason the entire time with no benefit of sitting there. And I was just like, fucking hell, man, this is just miserable. I haven't slept for, like, you know, a day, and I'm just like, why? So then we ended up I didn't talk to him the entire time. I was like, no, can't be honest. Airport's giant scam, duty free, but 3 times the regular price. 100%. It's awful, man. Just wait until you end up boarding the plane. If you go in earlier, you always have 20 people standing in the aisle and you're just stuck in a... Yep. You can't go anywhere. Thousands of miles away from home, and it's just the UK all over again, honestly. Double what I pay a month. Yeah, the data was outrageous. I got gouged on that one. I needed to do it, though, because otherwise I wasn't just going to stand there out in the rain and wait, you know? I didn't know what to do. Like the urinals, don't sit next to me. Someone is another... Yeah, we call it checkmating over here. You see memes about it, don't you? Where there'll be like a string of urinals and people will be like, yeah, there's only 2 of these that you can actually use, when there'll be like a 2 or 3 is the max you can use on like a 5 in a row. And some people don't understand that. And it's like, no. You don't stand next to someone at a urinal. You leave one in between. The only acceptable place where you can go close to someone on a urinal is on a corner if there's one on one wall and one on the other and you stood like back to back. That's acceptable because you're not looking at each other. Otherwise it just looks like a weird excuse for someone to try and stare at your penis while you're trying to have a piss. It's just awkward otherwise if you have someone stood next to you. So yeah, it's weird. I don't like urinals much, especially when you get someone who breaks the code and they checkmate you by standing next to you. Oh, it's just the worst thing ever. I feel like mid piss just stepping away and going to a different one. Or the other way around, 100 empty stalls, only 1 occupied, and the other guy comes in, walks away to the back, and stands right. Yep, and then tries to talk to you. Oh, it actually hurts my soul. Yeah. So that was my experience of flying on my own for the first time, Undu. So the first one was good. The second one was a bit of a nightmare. When I got to the airport, though, it was in America, it was a bit of a pain in the ass because the rain. If the rain hadn't happened, it would have been a lot easier of an experience. Because I wouldn't have been soaked while kind of going, oh shit, I now run out of data and this is a mess. It would have just been like, oh, okay, well, it's annoying, but it could be worse. You know? But yeah, so it wasn't a bad experience overall, and the actual vacation made up for the parts of the traveling that were a bit horrific, but generally it could have been a lot worse. I didn't get any bags lost, and I didn't, you know, have any issues with anything else. The actual airport-y stuff was quite easy, like security and stuff was all easy enough. Because I haven't been through airport security and things like that for years, so I didn't know how different it was. And I'm not someone who's like... I'm one of those people who kind of like, once you've done something once, it becomes a lot easier. You know? So it's like on things like that. If I've never been on like a road before, I'll always be like, oh god, this is a bit fucking ropey, isn't it? Once I've been on that road once, easy enough, full of confidence. But it's like the unknown. I'm one of those people who doesn't like the unknown much. And so with that, I was like, well, I haven't been to an airport in years, so I don't know what's different. And I've never been to Heathrow before, so I was like, oh god, it's going to be a bit of a weird experience. And as I said, it turned out to be alright in the end. Minus the upgrade fiasco where I thought I was about to be assassinated or something before, when the guy goes, you, is this you? Come here, come with me. But I was like, oh god, about to be arrested or something. But there was that, which was a bit like, oh shit. But I mean, that just makes people feel a bit like, oh god, what's happened, doesn't it? No, I think everybody else in here would feel the same way. If the flight attendant just walked up behind you, flashed a bit of paper in your face and went, is this you? Come with me. You'd be like, oh god, what's happened? You know? Or they're going to tell you that, like, you know, they booked you on the wrong flight or something. So I was like, oh shit. Oh, nice. Yeah, the experience itself was good though. I really enjoyed it, and hopefully I can go back again at some point. I was joking as well that when I was there, I was like, none of them wanted me to leave, and no one at home wanted me to come back. All my family, when I spoke to them afterwards, they were like, oh, well, it was if you just stayed there, it would have been, we could have just come over and gotten like a, you know, had like a free vacation. I was like, fucking serious. At one point when I was over there, I ended up VCing with my family because, you know, just to let them know that I wasn't dead and that I didn't die in a horrific plane crash or something, because you can't trust Boeing these days with what's happened this year. And so I VC'd with them, and Oreo was like sat next to me, and she was talking to my family for a bit. They were just like, "Oh no, you can keep him," and I'm just like, "That's fucking nice, isn't it? Nobody wants me back. None of them wanted me to leave. No one at home wanted me back." Shocking it was. And then I was talking about it in stream afterwards when I got back, and I was like, well, you know, if I didn't come back though, you guys would be all over the place because my stream schedule would be weird. And everyone in stream was like, nah, actually you'd have a better schedule if you just stayed there as well. I was just like, no one fucking wants me back, do they? I was like, everyone just wants me to fuck off over there. And no one wants me to live over here anymore, do you? You don't, the stream schedule will be better. My family don't want me back. I was like, fuck it, hell. Obviously they were memeing about a bit. But it was kind of weird, because then afterwards I was like, well, you never know, maybe one day, like, you know, maybe one day I will find myself in America for some reason or another. And I kind of thought it was going to be one of those things where everyone would be like, oh yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? But it's just kind of the whole, well, you've just been on vacation there, so everybody always goes, oh, it'd be nice to stay longer or permanently in the place that I just been to, isn't it? And I kind of thought I'd get that response, but everyone was like, well, if that's something you do in the future, then that'd be pretty cool. I'm just like, oh, okay. I thought everyone was gonna, like, you know, kind of hit me with the whole, oh, that'll never happen. But no, people were surprisingly receptive of me sort of throwing out the idea that I was like, yeah, maybe in the future I'll move to another country, you know. Still a bit shocked about the train ticket. I don't know how far you had to travel, and you don't need to dox yourself, of course, but the longest journey in the Netherlands is like 25 euros. How the fuck is it 200 GBP? It was, the actual journey time was about 3 hours. That was for a return. I think technically it's partly because it would have been considered peak time as well, because it would have been during the rush hours of the morning, which increases the price even more, rather than getting an off-peak ticket, of course, which is significantly lower in price. I'll have a look at it again in a minute, and I'll see. Maybe I was slightly off on the number, but I'm pretty sure it was like 200 to 250. Along those lines. I'll literally look it up again in a minute, just to see, to make sure I'm not spewing bullshit there. But I'm fairly certain it was something up around that amount. You know, it was very expensive if I'd have gone on the train. Hence why I didn't go on the train, for obvious reasons, as you can imagine. Because I didn't fancy when already paying 1,200 quid for a plane ticket to pay for 200 odd quid for a pissing train. Just to get me to the plane that I was going to get on and pay £1,200 for. So, yeah, I was having none of that. Panzer 2000, should have known there'd be a little rat bastard ready to kill me. Game's done. Well, this game's over, so I'll start looking it up now. Why not? Have a look, shall we? Official app. My area. The official website. Departing from... Obviously not going to say the name. I guess it'd be Paddington I would go to, wasn't it? London and Paddington, I think will be the one. We'll do it for... Wow. Can I do it for next... No, I can't really do... I'll just have to do it for when I went, or the equivalent. So I'll do it for the August the 25th, which is a Monday. Departing it would have been 3 hours before, and I would have wanted it to be at 11, so we'll call it 8 AM train. Return. And then we'll put the return in for 2 weeks later, which would have been the 8th of September. Just to see, because I think it changes depending on that. Oh, it's depart after 7:30. What was the way home? I got back here about 11, so I would say it probably would have been a... Let's go for a 1 o'clock train. Have a look. No rail cards for an adult. Yeah, 195. There you go. You can't see it, but yeah. Yeah. It's like 50 on the return way back from what I'm looking at now. And then the way it would have been about 150. It's outrageous, isn't it? So yeah, there you go. Train travel is very expensive over here. And of course, with that, I would have had to have lugged me bags around, and it's like, can't be arsed for that on a train. At least if I got on a bus, I can just dump them in the cargo hold, get to the airport, and I'm actually at the airport. Because the other thing you got to remember as well is, say I do the train, right? And I pay the exorbitant amount of money. Exorbitant even. So I pay the massive amount of money to get the train, right? I'm not even at the airport, because I've got to get to... I get to Paddington Station. Then from... I think it was Paddington anyway. From Paddington Station, I've then got to get to Heathrow Airport, which I think there is a line for getting there on the tube. But I've then got to do that and then get the tube. Or the underground, as other people call it. But then you've got to do that and get the underground line to Heathrow. I think it's the underground line anyway that goes there, if I remember rightly. Yeah, so then when I've got the train, I've got to get then off onto another train just to get to the airport. It's like, no, it's not worth it. But yeah, so it was both kind of a good experience and also pain in the ass. Heathrow doesn't have a train station. A main one, I don't think it does, no. Pretty sure the only, like, train station it has, as I say, is, like, the underground station. Where I think it has its own underground line, where it specifically stops at the Heathrow Airport. But, as I say, you've got to get into the tube network to get that in the first place. So, yeah, it's... I think when I looked it up, that's what I remember seeing, is you had to get it to I think it was Paddington, not King's Cross, whichever one it was. I think it was Paddington Station. Then you had to leave Paddington, find the closest tube station, which would have been not far away, walk down the steps or the escalator into the tube station, then get the tube to get to Heathrow. So it was just a mess, really, and it was like extra bits and pieces. And as me, who for the first time me ever flying on my own, I was like, I can't be doing with all the extra bits and pieces. So I was like, well, if I'd done this a number of times and I kind of, you know, I knew what I was doing with all this stuff, it'd be a different story. But because it was my first time doing it again, and I haven't flown in general in, well, before that it had been about 7 or 8 years. So it was unfamiliar to me again, going in airports and doing all that stuff. I was like, I just can't be doing with all the extra hassle. Hence why at the time I paid... It wasn't actually much different, but a slightly more expensive ticket for a direct flight rather than a layover. There was actually not much difference in it at all. There was probably only between 50 to 100 quid difference between the layover and the non-layover ticket, which maybe people are thinking that is actually a decent amount of money, but in the grand scheme of things of a 1,200 quid ticket, it wasn't that much of a difference. Like 50 to 100 is not that much compared to the overall price of the ticket. I mean, so, yeah. So I ended up getting the direct ticket and then worried about getting straight to Heathrow rather than just messing about on a train and then getting another train. And all you need is some crazy shit happening and then the train's late, and which I know the bus could have been late as well, but it's like I'd rather take the chance of one issue with like the motorways than, you know, getting on the tube and then something happens there and then it's slow getting out the station and then, you know, and then when you get there the airport's busy and then, you know, before you know it, it's like the gate's boarding and you're barely getting through security and you got to sprint for your life. So think about the headaches you'd have if your first flight was delayed. If not too much, I prefer a direct. Yeah, no, same with me. Personally, I just don't want layovers. If I can avoid it, I'll avoid a layover. That's just my... It's the same with just the way I feel about flying in general, even when I was younger. I'd just rather do it all in one chunk and get it done. Because the thing is, like, say you do a layover flight like I did there, it would have been... The layover for me, I think most of them would have stopped in Atlanta. So it would have been, like, about 8 hours, then a layover for, like, an hour or two, and then another, like, 2 hours or something in the plane. And it's like... But why would I want to do the flight, stop, and then go, oh, let's do it all again, but just for a slightly less amount of time? Might as well just do 9 hours back to back and then just get it over with, which is what I did. So, no, I'm with you on that. I don't like layover flights, and also just in general, fuck. Why is there's always a Panzer 2000? These slimy little fucks every time, dude. He's always there. Slimy bastards, a lot of them. Fucking sneaking about in their stupid ass skyscraper-sized air raid shelter-looking fucking thing. I hate it. Panzer 2000 can suck my ass, man. I hate it. But yeah, no, I don't like layover flights. If I could choose not to have them in general, I will. The only reason I would go for a layover flight over a direct flight personally is if the price difference was so big that it would be silly to take the one without it, the direct. Like if we're talking, as I say, maybe less than 100, which in the grand scheme of things are plane tickets, depending on where you're going and whatnot. Not, as I say, with mine, wasn't a huge difference. It was a £1,200 ticket-ish. That wasn't for anything special either. That was for... I had to pay an extra 100 to book my seats both way, and I had to pay an extra 110 to get luggage, rather than just go with nothing. But yeah, so I ended up... So it's probably about 1,000 quid minus the extra bits, and then with the extra bits, it was about 1,200, 1,250, whatever it was. Which did get me some points, in fairness, so I can use those for other stuff in the future, but still. Yeah, like if I'd have done the layover flights and it would have been £100, I don't think it's worth it. If it was 200 plus, maybe, at that point, I think I would start looking at it as a genuine option. But I think if it was less than 100 or around 100, I'd rather just take the direct option. Because it's not only just that, though, undo either, is it? It's like you go there, all right, your first flight's delayed, let's say. But then also what happens if they lose your luggage? Because they got to move it to the second flight, especially if it's from a different airline. And then if it's from a different airline, most likely you've got to get your luggage back from a luggage carousel, then take it to the check-in, where you then have to re-check in to the next flight because it's on a separate airline, so you have to do it separately. And then, you know, it's like you got to go through the check-ins again, you got to go through the security stuff again, you got to go collect your bags, which is probably 20-30 minutes. And if you only have like an hour and a bit layover, you're probably cutting it fine, depending on which airport you're in, especially if you're in a busy one. I know one of the other ones that they offered me, one of the other options for a layover flight was at Chicago. And from what I understand, Chicago and Atlanta are two of the bigger, more busy airports in America. And it's just like, yeah, no, it's like an hour and a half layover or whatever. It's like, I'm not so sure I'm going to make my flight if I have an hour and a half layover in either of those. Where I have to change like everything and get all my stuff back. And like, I'm like, I don't know about that. So I binned that and just paid the slight extra money to get a direct flight. Which I did, and it was better for it. It sucked because 9 hours was the longest I'd ever flown before. Previously, until that, when I was a few years back in about 2017, I ended up flying from, I didn't fly from London then, I flew from a closer airport to me, which I won't name just for the sake of it. I flew from there to New York, JFK, but in that case, there was actually a layover. Because it flew to Dublin, and then there was a layover there with an Irish airline. It was when I went there, called Aer Lingus. So it was there was a layover in Dublin. It wasn't really a layover; it was more of like a refueling. So it was pretty much you just get out the plane for 20 minutes, half hour, and then they reload you into the next one. It wasn't much of a kind of stoppage or anything. So yeah. But until that point, that was the longest flight I'd done, which was about 5 hours. So that was the longest flight I'd done until this one, which was 9. So it certainly dragged. Sitting on an airport trying to find a gate, the worries. Yeah. And I suppose that was the thing for me as well, as I say, because it was my first time going solo. Normally, if I ever did that, you know, I was with someone else, so it was like, you know, they'd probably have figured out where the gate was or done all that stuff, and I just followed. Especially if I was younger, you know, I was just a kid or whatever. I didn't have to worry about any of that. But it's a different ball game when you have to do it yourself, and it's just like, oh god, I've got to worry about where the gate is, and then it's like, and then inevitably on your way there, you think, oh, I need a bit of a piss. You've got to try and find a toilet now as well. You've got to find a bathroom, and then you also need to go get a drink, so you've got to find a shop. And like, oh, it's just a mess. You got to find a load of stuff, you got to find your gate, and then you got to find a seat or whatever if you want to, because if you get there early. And then you might want to go find food, so you got to look for plate, and it's just like, oh, you do that, and you got to get everything ready and stuff. Just following parents, let them deal with all the stress. If you're on your own, it's always worth it. Oh, it's not always worth it? Yeah. That's what I found. But the thing is now, I've got the experience of doing it the once, so I now know that when I go again, it'll be a lot easier, because I know what I'm doing. Right? I know what I'm doing. I know the airport at least a little, because I've been there. I know that, you know, Heathrow's a huge airport, but it's like, you know, I kind of have a bit of an understanding of like how things are structured and whatnot. I actually got quite lucky in the end, because when I was going, the gate, it was a completely different gate to what I thought it would be. Because I was looking on a bunch of like websites before, trying to figure out what the actual plane was going to be specifically, because I was just kind of curious as to what type it would be. And I wanted to find like the seating plans. Because they changed, originally when I booked my seats, they changed the seating plan like a month or two later, and then it changed to a different plane, so my seat moved, so I had to rebook it. And I was trying to figure out what actual type of plane it was, which in the end it was a Boeing 777-300ER, I believe. Was the plane. But I had to end up looking for it, which I did, and I found it. I found the seat map and sorted all that stuff out and was figuring out, and I looked up all the airport maps and stuff as well. And I found out at the time that it was like the usual thing was it left from the B gates at Heathrow, Terminal 5, because it was a British Airways flight. So I knew that the B gates were pretty much they kind of like, you have to get on a little transport system, like a little mini underground within the thing itself. That's a corpse, isn't it? No, it's not. But you have to get like a little mini underground type thing within Heathrow to get to the B gates. Because you start in like the area with the A gates, then you have the B gates, and then there's the C gates. And to get to the C gates, you have to go even further. So it's like, I think it's about 5-10 minutes to get to the B gates, and then to get to C, it's supposedly about 15. So I was like, well, I want to make sure ahead of time I know where I'm going. So if I know that suddenly I've got to go to the B gates, I know where I'm going, and I don't go, oh shit, I'm not going to make my flight because it's going to take me 20 minutes to get there, you know? So I tried to figure out things as much as I could ahead of time, so I knew where I was going and what I was doing. And so I'm like, okay, it usually flies from B, tail end of B, it was like B35 or something was the usual gate it went from. So I'm like, okay. And I went and got my food after I got price gouged for some Red Bull and M&Ms. And I was sat like in one of those little general, you know, seating areas at one point where I was eating. And there was a bunch of screens nearby, because I thought, I want to sit near the screens, because if I end up missing something, I'll kick myself if I, you know, missed a flight, because I don't see they've changed the gate last minute. And I sit there and I'm waiting for the gate info, and then the gate info is supposed to be at like 1:45 or something. I'm like, okay, easy enough. Wait for it. 1:45 comes around, there ain't no gate info. I'm like, oh god, here we go. And then it gets to like, you know, 1:45 to 10:02 or whatever it is, and then even closer, and I'm like, god, it's like 2 o'clock now, whatever, and there's no info. Then all of a sudden it comes up and it says like, go to gate, and I'm like, okay, we'll wait for it to scroll through again so I can see what gate it said. And I was like, right, get ready to go to B. Which one is it though? And then it just comes up and it's like A5. I'm like, oh. And then I look at the sign right in front of me. Where am I? Stood right in front of gate A5, like just on the upper floor. And I was like, oh, all right then. I was like, that's lucky, I'm right here. So I just I went down the steps and I was like, mate, no one will be here. It'll be nice and quiet. No one will be here yet. You know, I've just got to the gate right as it's been announced. Walk around the corner. Place is fucking rammed. So I'm like, how did they know? Of course, the thing may have been that, like, I know they have a BA app. Maybe on the app or whatever, it said where the gate was before it came up on the screens or something. So I don't know. But in my case, when I got there, it was like, oh shit. It was already busy. But I ended up being right there, so it was quite lucky. I was already at the gate when they called it, so. I only had to go down, I think, an escalator, and then I was on the level where the gates were, and there was like actually maybe it wasn't A5, whichever, I don't remember what the number was. It was A something, and there was like an A, B, C, and D or something like that, and I was just trying to figure out which one was which order they had it in, because the sign was the opposite way of where they actually were. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, it was quite lucky in the end, but it was like one of those things where it's just kind of stressful, where you look at it and you're like, gotta make sure I get to the gate and I don't get late from the initial way of getting to the airport, and once it gets through the next little bit, like security and whatever, I gotta make sure I don't lose my passport anywhere or do anything stupid. Because when you, like you say, like when you're young and you go your parents or whatever, it's like, you know, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. But when you're on your own, you're like paranoid about losing it all and running out of time. I was particularly switched on about all that type of stuff. There is also a break, I think, about to start. So just be aware, everybody, that there might be an ad break starting in just a sec, and then we'll carry on ranting about air travel. But yeah, so it was a really good experience overall, to be perfectly honest. I had a great time with it, as a trip as a whole. But there were certain parts of it that were not optimal. I say the upgrade turned out to be a bit of a mess, and then like the actual flying experience wasn't the best, but it wasn't terrible. It kind of was a mixed bag. First one was good, second one wasn't so good, so it was all right, you know. It could have been worse. The plane didn't crash, which was nice, because Boeing didn't have a great track record at that time. And right as the day I booked my initial seats was the day I think it was the day, might be getting this wrong way round. I think the day I booked the seats was when the Air India crash happened. And then, or the next day it happened. And then I think afterwards when I did something else, or maybe that was the day I booked the ticket. And then the day I booked something else to do with the flight, or I moved my seat or whatever, there was another plane crash somewhere else. And I was just like, oh god, this is a bit fucking grim, innit? I thought it was the world trying to tell me something. But, yeah, it was alright in the end. I'm just going to stay here for the break. I'm not actually going to get up. I'll switch to the BRB screen, though. Yeah, so overall, it was a good experience, but, yeah. It was something. But, yeah, no, to answer the very long-winded way of doing that question undo, yeah, it was a great time. And I'm very glad I went. And I wish that I could do it again very soon. But I probably won't be able to because money and time and stuff, you know. Who knows, though? Next year, we already decided that... Well, I say we already decided. We came up with a plan that maybe we'll do the reverse of what we did last year, where Oreo might come over here, which should be interesting. But yeah, maybe that'll happen. Who knows? We may do the flip. But, yeah. If that happens, then I'll go back in 2 years. If not, maybe I'll go back again next year. I don't know. But on the way cheaper flight, not in June where they charged me double. So yeah. Read the ranting about airplanes, says to continue without me. Is it bedtime? Gotta go to work again tomorrow morning? Yeah, no worries, my dude. Well, thanks for hanging out. It's been nice to see you. I know, because you're a lot busier these days, we don't get so much of a chance to have a little catch-up and stuff. But it was nice to see you, man. Always a good time when you're here in stream. So thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. And thanks for remembering as well. There were people I talked to about going on vacation about a day before I left who they were confused when I disappeared for a few weeks when I came back. So, yeah, I'm glad you remembered. And I hadn't talked to you about it for weeks either. It's been like, I don't know, a month before I left maybe. Well, actually, no, I say that. Maybe you came in on the last stream before I left. You were there one of the streams before I left, I remember. Because I remember we talked about it and it wasn't far away. It was maybe a couple of weeks. Max? So, something like that. Yeah, no, yeah, someone I talked to in the final stream before I left, I explained I was going away for a couple of weeks, so I was going on vacation, and I came back and they were surprised I'd been gone for 3 weeks. And I was just like, do you not listen to a word I say? Why did you even have a conversation with me? I was like, what the fuck? Why even ask me about it if you're just not going to bother listening? So, haven't been in here for quite a while, yeah. That's alright, you know. You're a busy lad. I'm glad that your job stuff's been working out as well, you know. Good to see you thriving. Yeah. I'd say it's always good to see you when we do get the chance to have a little chat. Welcome back, everyone, from the break as well. Yeah. How far are we off stuff here? Ooh. Oh, we completely missed this as well. I guess we'll finish that and then go back to brake systems. And then the Falcon's kind of coming along okay at the minute. Was good to get that, though. Yeah, take that. We're also 2 kills away from getting this done as well, which is good. Alright, now for real, bye-bye. Have a good one, Undo. Take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Legendary mod Undo there as well. Undo delivery. Some would call him an artist as well for some of the memes he's created in the past. Some people would. Well, there we go. Welcome in, Duke. How's it going? Hope everyone's well.
Into your vehicle.
Bit better than I was, but not brilliant, I'd say. I enjoyed a good rant about planes. That was good. And talking to Undo about my vacation. But yeah, the day itself / the week itself so far has not been great, I'll admit. Pretty pitiful so far. Kind of actually, well, the whole month's been a bit dodgy, really. It's the summer, though. I hate the summer, so I'm not surprised. I have a massive hatred for the summer every year, so... Missing America? Well, actually a little bit, yeah, it was fun. But no, Undo, I hadn't spoke to Undo since before I left, so I was just talking to him about the actual trip. And about the stupid shit that happened with the flight, with me getting upgraded, but it was actually worse in the end because I got sat next to a bunch of screaming children. That was actually way worse. Even though I thought I was going to get thrown off the plane at one point. Because the flight attendant, when he walked up to me and told me I was getting upgraded, he flashed a bit of paper in my face and went, "Is this you?" I was like, "Yeah, that's my name." And he just goes, "Come with me." And I'm like, "Oh God, I'm about to get fucking kicked off or something." And then he pulled me aside and he's like, "Oh, you're getting an upgrade. The person next to you wanted an aisle seat." So I was just like, "Oh shit." I was like, I'm about to get fucking booted. Sorry to hear that. I mean, it's just kind of standard fare for me for the summer. I always have a rough time in the summer. I don't like it. A lot of stuff in the past for me, like life events and stuff that usually suck, have almost all happened in the summer. So it's kind of just one of those times where it's difficult not to dwell on a lot of that type of stuff that normally happens at that time of year. So it always just makes it like kind of sucky because you kind of have the stuff from years gone by that's still around. Why would you sit there, IKV? You absolute muppet. Never heard about the flight. The flight going there was fine, pretty much, other than the fact that when I got to the airport on the other side, I didn't have any. It took like probably 30 minutes to get my bag, which wasn't too bad. It took ages to get off because they hadn't got a jet bridge for the plane either, so it took like a good 20 minutes to get a jet bridge. After they got the jet bridge, they then everyone's dead over there now. That's a waste of a missile. After they got the jet bridge, I was at the back of the plane, so I got off last. Eventually got off the plane, got into the baggage bit where you have to do like customs and all that stuff, of course, because they're pretty hot and all that over there. Had to grab my bag and then go into customs. I had to wait about 30 minutes for my bag to come out, which probably was midway through the flight in general with the amount of people. So I probably was fairly lucky in that I was in maybe, as I say, maybe the first half of the bags. That wasn't terrible. Even though 30 minutes is still pretty bad for going into a terminal that had no other flights in it because it was the only international one that had arrived within the last amount of time. But there you go. So I ended up collecting my bag, went to the immigration stuff and probably waited for like 30 minutes before I got through. Walked out the other side of the terminal and then it started raining and there was a massive thunderclap, so I got soaked. And after getting off the plane, the stuff I was wearing at the time was I was wearing a set of jeans and a denim jacket. because it's just one of my general like casual jackets that I brought because I thought it might be a little bit nippy on the plane, so I'll bring a jacket and I can wear it out and about when I'm there. So I got soaked in my denim jacket, and then I realized I had no data, so I got price gouged for, I think from EE it was like 15 quid or something for 24 hours of data, because I hadn't set up like a package, of which I think out of spite the internet keeps showing me these fucking ads that are sponsoring people, not like YouTube ads, but like everybody going, and now time for our sponsor, of these eSIM companies, and I'm like, maybe I'll do that next time instead, because apparently that seems like a better idea. But yeah, so I had no data, so I got price gouged for 15 quid for some data from EE, so I could message Oreo and let her know that I'd actually arrived and ask where she was, because she was picking me up from the airport. Then it started raining and I got soaked. I got price gouged, and then eventually I found her, and, you know, all that stuff happened. On the way home, I got to the airport plenty of time, got through security, all that stuff was good. Got there, I never had any... A lot of people complain about US airports and about security and all that stuff. I had no problems whatsoever. I just walked through easily enough. I had no issues. It was all pretty smooth. It was pretty efficient in the immigration, other than the fact they only had one person on the desk for a flight of like 200 people at first. And then they kind of got their ass in gear and realized maybe they wanted more than one person on the desk. That might be a good idea. Thanks, Bruce, for the Noxcat as well. When they did that, that helped things. But before that, it was a bit of a fucking mess. It was quite slow. But I had no problems with it at all. The British end, on the other hand, was a bit of a fucking pain, though. But, yeah, I got on the plane on the way home, got to the gate and did all that stuff. It was all good. There wasn't too long I had to wait. It was maybe like 30 minutes when I got to the gate before everyone started boarding. Which, on the American end, was great. On the British end, originally, when we got on the plane to go over there, was a clusterfuck, because they went through the first, like, two groups of people or whatever it was. That was, like, the kind of first and business class people. And then everybody else, they were just like, all right, you can just get on whenever you want now. Everybody else from all the other 5 boarding groups come straight up to the front and start boarding. Even though they specifically had numbers from 1 to 8 to board people in that order, but they just ignored it completely. In America, it was a lot better. They were like shouting at people for getting in the wrong line, and it was hilarious. But I ended up getting on the plane in America and sat down. Plane pretty much all boarded, and it was good. I had no one next to me, which is what I wanted, because I'm not the most social person in the world. The last thing I wanted was some random stranger sat next to me for 9 hours that wanted to talk to me. So I was like, fuck that. That's like the worst thing that could happen, right? So I minded my own business, sat there, and, you know, doing my thing. And then the person, that was insane that almost hit. The person eventually starts coming down the plane. Everyone's like sat down, all the bags are in, they're closing all the bins and stuff. And then this woman comes walking down and she's like, oh, I'm next to you. I'm like, typical. I was like, I'm trying not to look too annoyed, because I'm like, you know, I don't want to sit next to anyone, but I was like, this will be bad for both of us if I just immediately go, fucking hell, and just make it, you know, make an issue of it. So I was like, there we go. I'm like, okay, I'll get up and do stuff. And I was like, oh, I was kind of hoping it'd be free next to me so I could stick my legs out. And they were like, oh, yeah. And then she sits down and then randomly starts talking to me while I'm just stood up, like, you know, sorting out my stuff that I'd put on the seat, about like how she wanted an aisle seat. Which I don't know if she was like trying to get me to switch with her or something. And she was like, yeah, I tried checking in. I really wanted an aisle seat, but I couldn't get one. And I was like, oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, cool. But okay, well, I've got an aisle seat, so you're not having mine. But like, there you go. And then the flight attendant behind me, it was because I was right at the back of the plane. He was in like the back galley. He tapped me on the shoulder, and then he put a bit of paper in front of my face that just had my name on it. And I was like, a bit weird. I was like, who's this? And I turn around and he just goes, is this you? Is this your name? And I was just like, yeah, that's me. And then he just says, grab your bag and come with me. And I'm just like, oh god, here we go. Like, I'm about to get kicked off the plane or something. Like, at that point, the way he said it, he sounded kind of like he sounded quite serious. And I was like, oh god, what's about to happen? They're about to tell me that there was some, like, advanced pre-check thing that they called me for that I missed because I was having a pee or something, and, you know, they thought I was trying to sneak something onto the plane. I was like, oh god, here we go. And then he pulls me, he like walks me a couple of like rows down, and I just said to him like, oh, is everything all right? And he just goes, oh yeah, you've got an upgrade, we're moving you up. And I was like, why do you have to say it so fucking seriously? He said it like I was about to get told I was going to get deported or something, even though I was already on the plane. The way he said it, he made it sound like I was about to get shot when I got off the plane for like crimes against humanity or something. You know, like I was some war criminal or something. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. And he just go, oh yeah, we're moving you up. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, why? And he goes, oh, well, the person next to you was like really wanted an aisle seat, and I guess she complained enough so that they switched her with you. Or they switched like her into your seat, and we decided to move you up because there was a free one, like further up in the plane. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll take that then. Then I moved up to premium, which of course I didn't pay for. Although I've gone back and forth on this. I still think that I'm justified in complaining about the fact they never refunded me the money I paid for my actual seat, because I reserved the specific seat, being the aisle seat, when I went. And even though I got the upgrade, I feel like they should still have refunded me the 50 quid I spent on the seat, because I never actually sat there. Even though, yes, I did get upgraded. But I still think they should have refunded me the money for what I did actually pay for originally. So then I end up going on the flight, and then the person next to me in the premium stuff, so it was like a 242 configuration. So I sat on one of the twos on the left. I sat next to this American person who the entire time kept putting their legs across the middle, like onto my side. It was really annoying. Especially as someone who's relatively tall, being 6'2", so I kind of stick my legs out a little bit because I don't like having my knees in the back of the screen. So, you know, obviously I was stretching my legs out a bit. And then they kept putting their legs across, which was annoying. The people in front of me, who I can only describe as they look like something that they could reside in a pyramid. That's how old they fucking were. The two people who got on the plane pretty much like the second the, you know, like the seatbelt signs and that had gone off, Max reclined the seats, both of them. And so they were back at like, you know, maximum recline the entire time, which was an absolute pain in the ass. Which I just think's a bit of a... I know it's like people are there and it's like, oh, I want to relax on the flight, but you've also got to kind of think about the other people around you, and doing that is just a bit of a dickhead move for the entire flight, basically. So I was a bit annoyed by that. And then the people on my... So that was in front of me was a problem, because you had the recliners, the fossils. On the left, you had the annoying person, and on the right, there was a family of 4 with 2 young toddlers who cried the entire flight. So it was 8 hours, basically, inside a plane after I got an upgrade, which actually put me in a better seat, but the experience was abysmal. Because it was just the people around me kind of ruined it for me. The food and all that was great, but the other part, the actual flight itself, was horrible. So, you know, I appreciate the fact they gave me the upgrade, because they didn't have to, of course. And they technically, I guess, upgraded her as well, because she got the seat she wanted. But I was a bit annoyed about the fact that the experience of me getting my upgrade wasn't like, yeah, I had a great time on it. It was like the flight was fucking miserable. Children crying, annoying people reclining, and then the person who kept putting their fucking leg on my side. So, I was glad to be off of it at the other end. Debatable, but I get where you're coming from. See, my argument is that I paid for the seat, and although they gave me an upgrade, which I didn't get charged for, I still paid the money to get the seat in the first place that I didn't get to use. Right? Keep in mind, I don't know if you've flown with BA anytime recently, Duke. It was £52 each way to reserve a seat, without just picking 24 hours before for free. Now, the reason I bought it and paid for it early is, as I've said, because I'm taller. I'm not massively tall, of course, but because I'm taller than your average person... How the fuck is that Tiger 2's turret on the... Anyway. But because I'm a taller person, I like an aisle seat so I can stick my legs out. If I get stuck in the middle or I get a window or something, it's the end for me. It's terrible. So I always go for an aisle seat if I can get one. So I specifically paid for an aisle seat. And that's what annoyed me, is because I paid the £52 for it and then never actually sat in the seat I paid for. So I felt like they should have just refunded me the 52 quid, but... I mean, I still got the upgrade, even if it was a miserable experience, which I appreciate them giving me. It was just kind of like... a bit of a pain that I paid the money for something I never actually got. And it's like, you can't say, oh, well, you actually paid and then the upgrade came in, which is like, so you got kind of a discount upgrade. Because keep in mind, I didn't pay with the intention of getting it in the first place, you know? Like, no one could have predicted I would randomly get that upgrade. So the time when I gave him my money, there was no expectation I was going to be paying for something more than what I got originally. So, I don't know. But either way, so the way back was a pain in the ass, basically. The flight itself went by pretty quick, but the experience wasn't so good. But when I end up going back at some point in the future, though, I also know that I can get it a lot cheaper now if I go at a slightly different time of year. So, TLDR, when I take future vacations, or if I take future vacations, it's probably more when, because I think it was quite good for me. But when I end up taking future vacations away from stream, it will probably almost certainly be a different time of year. Not going to be in the summer, because that was a mistake. And if you're wondering what the mistake was, it was nearly double the price of the ticket for what I could have got for going in the off-peak season, which would have been anywhere between October and March, essentially. So if I go away again for another vacation in the next year or two, I'll end up going
to nail the
a different time.
shut,
Oh.
but you lot just
Hey-o.
won't stay down. This is yours now.
Welcome back. Remember you raided me the other day. Welcome back again. How's it going, Zilrin? How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2. I haven't played a Sniper Elite game for years. How was it? How was the stream? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? I was just ranting about aeroplane price, ticket prices. I ended up going on vacation earlier in the year and paid nearly double for the ticket that I could have got if I'd gone at a different time of year. So I was a bit annoyed about that. The trip was great though. The price not so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Please remember, of course, if you need to go do any self-care stuff, go do it. All that bits and pieces, you know. Drink, sleep, all those bits and pieces that you might need to go do. Make sure you go do them because it's important to look after yourself as well. I will do my best for the time that I'm here to look after the folks that you sent across to me. Even if I am playing terrible vehicles in War Thunder today. The Fallout New Vegas playthrough that I was doing recently when you raided in last time, we have finished now. We finished the 100% achievements completion. If anyone was wondering. We had a couple of achievements left to do last time. We finished it yesterday, so Fallout New Vegas is now finished. Which is rather nice. And now we move on to another game. I'm not sure exactly... Well, actually, I know what it's going to be now. I decided yesterday, but... It's going to be something quite different. I am screwed. This TBD58 is going to kill me because I can't turn. Fuck's sake, man. The timing on that couldn't have been worse. The F105 killed me as well. That's funny. That's quite annoying to die in that way. The vehicle I'm in fires missiles up and then they come down afterwards, so you have to like lob them. I wouldn't have been able to hit any of those people because they were too close to me. I would have just died anyway. But yeah, we're going to Falcon instead now. Because this is an SPAA, so it's designed to shoot down aircraft. Being in this case helicopters. As you can see from my dual barrel machine guns. And yes. We're going to attempt to shoot down a helicopter in a minute if he gets close enough. If not, I'll just go guns blazing and go blast someone in the face in the town. Because that's what I can do in the Falcon. This thing has enough punch on its gun to actually go through people, through their sides quite easily. So I can actually go and kill tanks with this thing as well, not just planes, or helicopters in this case. Stream was good. Started and completed the Zombie Army 2 game with a bud. Nice. Start to finish in one stream is always nice. What we love to see. kind of nice sometimes to do those like self-contained streams where you play a game from start to finish in one day, you know? Always like that. Yeah. Sounds like you had a good time with it though, so I'm glad. Thank you very much for the raid again. I really appreciate it. Oh, it's the Panzer 2000. I heard an engine on my right and I didn't know if it was him. It sounded a bit too close. Yeah. Zombie, Sniper Elite Zombie Army. Nazi Zombie Army 2. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? I actually was looking at a Sniper Elite game the other day as the one that I might 100%, but some of the achievements are a bit annoying, the PvP ones. I was debating on whether I actually wanted to do it or not, or whether it'd be too much of a challenge to take on a PvP-based game as or an element, a game that has elements of PvP for a 100% achievements playthrough, because of how kind of much of a lottery it could be. Oh. I thought we killed the other guy. We did not. Why are you alive? There we go. There was a lot of stuff on my screen then. I thought we got the kill on him, hence why I looked at the BMD, because I thought this fella was already dead, but it must have just been critical hits. Yeah, I thought I just sprayed them both down. As it turns out, no, I didn't. So that was an interesting experience. Let's draw that bus as well. Yeah, and I'm glad you had a good time. It sounds like you had a fun time. We've just been having a day playing this, grinding through our vehicles and ranting about stuff in the world, about the games industry, about flight prices, all kinds of stuff. It's been an interesting day. We do like a good rant around here, I will say. Nothing beats a good rant sometimes, you know. Leopard is about to get absolutely ruined. Wow. He's got one. There he goes. We just swarmed all over their spawn. That's amazing. Well. That was easy. Not much that I did that game though, really. It was a quiet one for me, only getting a 1 kill and a 1 assist, but sometimes you just gotta be the side character, you know? Let someone else go crazy and get all the kills. I've just gotta exist. At the end of the day, I'm here to grind XP rather than do anything crazy, so... yeah. We're making good progress though. We're doing well. Chipping away. Get on with the next match. Yeah, again, please make sure everybody who came in on the raid, not just streamer, of course, because got to make sure that everybody, all of you viewers as well that came across, take care of yourself, and all the people that were in my stream already, take care of yourselves. Make sure that you go do the things you need to do, grab drinks and snacks and stuff if you need them. Always a good thing to do. Makes the enjoyable experience of watching stream better, of course. Having a drink and a snack and stuff, so go do it if you need to do it. Important. No idea how I'm going to play the Swingfire in here as well, because again, as you can see from the back, I have those angled up rocket pods. So I don't really know how I'm going to play inside of a town here, but I guess we're going to have to figure it out / learn quite quickly. So that'll be fun. Nice. They're gonna break? There we go. Stupid corrugated metal tent. Smash this person's car up as well. The only thing we're gonna smash up with this vehicle the entire match, so we might as well get something while we can, right? Smash up a nice little car. And then get stopped by another small tent. Oh, it's so much fun playing the Swingfire, let me tell you. The name of this thing, the Swingfire. British vehicle this is. Not a very good one. So, yeah, not very well engineered, this piece of kit. Not great. It only fires missiles. It has a very small machine gun as well, but it doesn't really... Machine gun ain't worth anything on this thing. Oh, I'm dead. Leopard's gonna kill me. Yep. The other thing about it is it's not that maneuverable, so that's fun. Leopard immediately kills us, so I guess we'll go straight into the Falcon and wait for planes and stuff then. Because that was a bit of a disaster. As usually happens in this vehicle, really. Now we're back in the Falcon again, of course, with my dual barrels of death. So anyone who comes near us, we're hopefully going to spray down and kill them pretty quick. So there's a helicopters match again, so we will wait for something to spawn in and then we'll go crazy probably. Big yawn. Pretty tired today though, to be honest. I haven't really slept much the last few nights. Been not the best. I'm not the best sleeper when it comes to most things, but the last few days have been even worse than normal. This is not going to end well if we are unlucky here, because I have no idea what this is. I think it's a Magak. Well, it's basically a M48 pattern, but the Israeli one. And he's behind the buildings, but is he going to push up is the question. And if he does, will we kill him? He's got a friend as well. Hi, Shayla. How you doing? Oh, never mind. I'm going to die to a T-54 because my entire team is out around here. No one's in the actual town. Brilliant. Would be good if we actually had people in like the center of the map where all of the enemies are likely to come from, wouldn't it? Why would we do that though? Why would we have people in smart positions that would allow them to counter the enemy? You know, dude. Fuck off. Spawn camping twat. Repeat me, T-44-100. Find out what happens. Do it. You know you want to. He won't. Though. There ain't no way he'll repeat me. He's just gonna run into these guys instead. Oh, Fox. He ain't gonna push me. I guess I'm gonna come over to him. Have a little go, shall we? Kill these two first. Get revenge on the T-54, and then we'll kill the Fox. The helicopter hitting me. Nice, and he kills me in the back, because where's the guy who went to go fight him? Oh, he lost. Lovely. Don't know how you fucking lose that, but there you go. The rando lost the fight to him, and then he shot me in the back while I'm fighting the other two, so... Great match, that was. Memorable one. Thank you for the stream streak, Shirley. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for this 3 stream streak. Miserable, rotten work day. How am I? Well, I'm alive. That's about as good as you'll get out of me today, to be honest. I'm living. There you go. Is that an acceptable answer? I hope it is, because I don't have another one. I don't have a backup answer. Other than fake overly positive streamer answer of, yeah, everything's amazing. I'd be lying to myself if I said that. My god, it's the best day ever, guys. It's one of the few situations where the Swingfire actually might be decent here. Or it would have been anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that Leopard's already dead. Well. That's unfortunate, isn't it? We actually would have been useful for a minute there. One of the few times we play a map where the Swingfire is kind of built for it. And the game's just like, nah, no one's going over there. Why would anyone go over there to fight you? They've all gone to the A point. That's sad. Just wanted to do some Swingfire stuff, you know? Enemy team just said no. The enemy team is against fun. Yeah, one of the main problems this thing has is just that its missiles take so long to fly anywhere that you fire them and then your enemy is like halfway across the map by the time they land, particularly if you're fighting against lighter and more nimble vehicles. So I don't really want to go too crazy here, because if I get too close to people, they're just going to get away from me. At the same time, of course, the closer I am, it's way more dangerous for me, but it does mean I can actually land on people, because it's not that far of a run for the missiles to go. It's a lot quicker. It's kind of a double-edged thing here. High risk, high reward. We either go in and probably die, but land a hit, or don't land a hit because we're too far away. M551 hero. I know he knows the Rakuten is there, but I don't think he can't know I'm here. Or will he kill me before I fire? The answer is probably yes. This is the guy I'm talking about. Right here. I need him to move out from where he is and come down here, but he's not going to. Oh, is he? I think he might be, you know? He's moving backwards. He was here. He's moved back a bit. Not much, though. He'll probably go now that I've decided to look away. He either knows I'm here and he's, like, waiting for me, or... I don't know. He going? Nope. Every time I think he's moving, he doesn't. Rakuten's killed him. Yeah. Well, that guy lasted long, didn't he? He was like ducking about for ages, waiting around, and then the Rakuten just slammed him. Make sure there's no one hidden in the corners. Any little rats hiding about. Or SPAAs that just appear out of thin air. Nice. He was already there. I guess he went up on the bump and got his guns down on me. So all of that time wasted driving through the town like normal. Absolute waste of time. Love it. I love the Swingfire. It's such a pile of shit. I don't know what you're supposed to do that's like useful in it and why it hasn't been buffed some sort. It's just terrible. It's just... The missiles are slow, it's got no armor, its engine isn't great, so it's not exactly very fast either. It can only fire like 90 degrees in front of it in an arc. It can only fire the shots upwards, so you can't hit anyone too close to you. What's supposed to be good about the Swingfire that it's its reason why you go, oh yeah, that's good? It has no like selling point. It's just terrible, the entire vehicle. Everything about it is bad. They're like, nah, no buffs. Why would we buff it? The Falcon is a better TD than that thing is. And this thing's designed to kill planes. And it is a better tank killer than that thing is. And it just has 2 machine guns. Ridiculous. I mean, it's fun playing the Falcon trying to hunt people down, but like, it's not really its job. Or it shouldn't be its job. And then you get the Swingfire that's just crap at everything. This guy's gonna die. He's gonna drive him. Although I am keeping an eye on that side as well. That fella's in between the buildings. Yeah, there's no gap there, so we're safe. Maybe there is a gap there. Fucking Gepard again. Same dude. Same spot, basically, as well. The game ended. That was something. Okay. A Swingfire map, where we can actually sit behind things this time and not have to worry about going into towns, could actually work. Probably not, though, but you never know. I'll probably have a light tank set in my way, which will be a bit annoying. I'm hoping the 10M is going to go somewhere slightly different, because if he goes and sits right in the way, he's going to be a real nuisance. Well, I think that's exactly what he's done, isn't it? He's just... he's going to... Make him scuttle that AF. Oh, yes, we actually got him. Should be thanking me for that one, Mr. Frenchman. I've just saved your life. By quite a lucky shot, admittedly. But I'm the only reason that fella's alive right now, because I just killed the guy who was going after him. No, I can't get that shot down. The amount of games I've played, the rarest tank I've seen on the battlefield is the Striker, and this possibly the Swingfire. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why, Bruce. Can you think of a reason why people might not want to play this thing? I sure can. Shocked you didn't lose tracking. I think I did until I went back up on the ridge, because it wouldn't let me pull it down. It was going straight. So I think when I crested it up, it gave me the sight line on it again. But I think I did lose it for a minute there. But yeah, it snaked back in really aggressively. What do I even do? Like, I can't really fight. I can't go down there to fight those people. They're pushing in from that side, and then I can't. There's no one sniping, so I can't go after them. Guess I missed the text. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. But I've noticed this: if I try and like drag them down too much after poking over something, then it gets me a lot of the time. And maybe it didn't, but I'm pretty sure it lost control, yeah. No way this DF-105 lets me hit him. No, he's stupid. GG. Why are you here? Come on, yeah, get out of the way, go somewhere else. Leave me be. Swingfire in peace. I don't think I can get that down. I can, sort of. Very janky though. ETZ-89. The good thing for me here is, and it's not that great, is because of where I am on a hill, if I do need to back down, it's not that hard for me to fire at them, because they're higher up than me. So it's actually at least possible for me to kill them if they come after me. Ain't gonna hit. Dead anyway. And I pulled it too soon. I really am not enjoying my experience much in the Swingfire. I thought it would be worse in the sense that we've had some okay games in it. But, yeah, it's not enjoyable, I'll put it that way. Playing this thing isn't fun. It's an interesting game of, like, how ridiculous can you try and hook a shot round a corner and things. But as a practical vehicle, it's not exactly fun to play. But as a bit of a meme, it is kind of interesting. But as soon as we're done spading it, I'm never touching this thing ever again. Unfortunately, we're not that close to spading it yet. We still got a bit to go. We got like, I don't know how many thousand, but we got a few 5 upgrades left on it, I think. Including the engine, which will make it marginally faster, but at least in its acceleration. Even if this thing could just level out its pods and fire them relatively flat, it would be better, because you could actually fight people. The issue is, because you have to lob them everywhere, it's like... Oh, I'm dead to the Marder, probably. Should I try and juke it? Racket... No, oh, no. Not a Racketon. Marder must have lost sight on me and tried to like do what I did, where you pull it down a bit, because he went way too aggressive. I've also fired that off, which is a waste. Lob it into their spawn. Nope. Probably lucky to get away with that on the bomber as well there. Yeah, I don't know how I've had some of the games that I've had in this thing. I mean, that makes it sound like I've had some really good games. I've had like 3 kills is the best I've done. But I'm honestly surprised in some of those games I managed to get 3 kills. It's just the Swingfire kind of just... I think it's kind of one of those vehicles that just bullshits its way through the game. Where sometimes you just get the most outrageous kill that you just don't think is going to land and it'll kill somebody. And then other times, like, you'll get the most obvious one you think nice and easy and it just doesn't kill anybody. What meme potential does a thing has besides saying hee hee hee? I mean, its meme potential is because of killing someone with it knowing how shit it is. So it's like dying to it is kind of awful because you know that you've just been killed by a Swingfire. Which I think is where it comes from. Is knowing that you've been killed by a Swingfire is about the worst thing in the game. I mean, what's worse? Getting killed by like a... I don't know. I'm sure there's something. There ain't many things that you look at and you go, oh, I've died to that. That's terrible. If you got killed by like a 1.0 in a 12.7, you know, it's that same level of like embarrassment. Getting clowned on by someone. And in this, you get killed by a Swingfire that's just inept. The entire vehicle is just awful. But like, you kill someone in it, it's like embarrassing for them, you know, that they let you kill them with it. Yeah, right. Oh, mate. We can't fire there either, can we? I bet that's too far out of our rate. Oh, use. There's always one, isn't there, ruining our fun? Always one. Fucking bot of Gaijin. Alright. Team Gonzo isn't very happy. Maybe him and the rest of the Muppets are War Thunder fans as well. I feel like I would be... There's that quote about how if you no longer go for a gap, then you know, you're no longer a racing driver. If we don't go for a YOLO on an enemy light tank, are we really a Falcon player anymore, you know? But I think it's only right that we push up towards the caps and then try and kill someone in their spawn. Swingfire missile had an arc of a football field before an update that made it a bit better and more controllable. So it used to be able to fire way further, but then they nerfed it effectively. They made it more controllable but reduced the radius of it, like the diameter of where it can shoot. No? Well, I'm confused. Don't think I can pen a T-32. ZTZ, though. IT1, mate, he's all yours. Tee him up. See how it launches into the sky before going to the target? Yeah. Yeah. Get him. He really doesn't know this T-62's coming. Look at him. He's so tunnel visioned on me, he has no idea that that guy's there. Get him, 62. Get him. Get him. Yeah, there we go. At the time. I was just enough of an annoyance. Well, that was not the best game, but it wasn't terrible. Yay. Would overshoot by a mile for how high it would go, and even straightening it out, it would just crash into the ground. Right. So you're saying it's better now than it used to be? Pretty awful now, isn't it? The only good thing is we got 4 upgrades left on it. Oh. I almost can't imagine how this is better than what it used to be like, just because of how bad this version is. Like, how is this better than any version of a Swingfire that's existed, you know? Because of how shit it is. See, the thing is with this, I feel like all they could do to buff... Like, I would be happy if they buffed it just with this. Because the double missiles is nice. I'll admit that's one thing it's got going for it. The double missiles, being able to drop them quite quickly, is quite nice. For what it is, it's not going to have any armor, its engine, whatever, its pen is good. If the missiles were just slightly faster, so they could actually hit things, it would be fine. Like, it wouldn't be a good vehicle. It would be nowhere near good, but it would still be, like, passable. You could play it and it wouldn't be quite as painful because you can actually hit people rather than basically going, the only way I'm going to hit someone is if they're disabled in the middle of the open and they can't move. This actually could be a decent map for it if I can get it across the water. If I can get it around here, actually could be decent. Maybe. Let's see. Don't look at the striker. The old striker or the new striker, you mean? Was the old striker the same as the Swingfire, where it's like arcing missiles were terrible? What do you think the chances are of me making it across there alive? If we do, I feel like we actually could have a decent game, other than the fact that, again, we're going to have to fire a 1 mile an hour rocket at people, but still. STRV, mate, don't pinch me. Thank you. See, they're going to shoot the STRV. They won't even know there's a Swingfire coming. Look how fast we are. Oh, we're nippy as hell. What about the upgrades? Oh, it's the same thing with the... So it's the same thing with the striker, and none of its upgrades are actually worthwhile, basically. None of the upgrades do... I was saying that earlier, though. None of the upgrades do anything on this, either. Because it has no firepower upgrade, so it doesn't really get any better. It just kind of like, you just make the shit parts about it that are kind of understandably shit slightly better, but like, you really care about this thing having a better engine? It's like, how many times are you rushing away? I mean, other than like right now, how many times are we really using the engine in the Swingfire to get to somewhere quickly? Not very often, is it? Alright, we're making the next jump. Come on! I mean, if we die, we die, but we have to go for no guts, no glory here. Here we go. Now this could be glorious. Emphasis here is could, not will. Well, he died before we got anywhere near him. M103 died before we got anywhere near him. Are you noticing something about the Swingfire, everybody? This is why we're saying about the missiles being a bit too slow. Everybody just dies before you get a chance to hit them. Right, and then we lost control of it because it was too low, so we couldn't fire. Oh, the striker actually does get an upgrade for missile pen. Well, that's nice. I'm glad they decided to give it a hefty buff with one of its upgrades. That's nice of them, isn't it? Oh wait, it'll do nothing. The thing is though, it's like, what's the point? Because the pen on the striker, I suspect, is already good enough anyway. Because it's not like missiles really have a pen problem, is it? I mean, how much has the Swingfire got? 535? Not like I have a problem penning most things if I hit them. It's hitting them that's the problem.
12 o'clock. Range 1,000.
Oh.
Range 950. Target hit.
Well. That was nearly good for a moment there. Yay! Cased again. As a single person getting solo bombed by a 1,000-pound bomb from a Canberra. Of all the people you could bomb, including a group of people in the town, you bomb the Swingfire. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Aircraft 2 o'clock. Range 1,400.
I hope that when you get up in the middle of the night, desperate for a piss, you stub your toe so hard it bends it backwards. You bastard. And then after that, you put your other foot down after going, ow, my toe, and you step on an upturned plug and then a Lego brick after that. And then I hope you clip your toenails too short next time you do that as well. Yeah, and of course that kills me. Fucking Christ. Sometimes I just can't with this game. Let's slap the cruise control on, see if we can get across the gap.
9 o'clock. Range.
I think you just scared Satan. Yeah, Satan should be scared of me, dude. He's never come across someone like me before. Tell me though, am I wrong, Bruce? Am I wrong? I think that's what the person who solo bombs a Swingfire in a Canberra with a 1,000-pound bomb when there's a whole group of people clustered up. I think that's the punishment they should have. Tell me I'm wrong. That was a shot, wasn't it? Nice. Well, it's because I like went away thinking that he wasn't going to catch me afterwards, or that that after I caught him, he was gonna slide in. I then didn't come out of cover to shoot him again, went back in, then had to come out when he's already stopped and aimed at me. So that didn't really help me out there, did it much? Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah, fucking brilliant. One decent moment of landing a shot like that, and it actually turns out to be the biggest mistake in the game. Brilliant. At least we got battle trophy though. Please give me an upgrade for the Swingfire so I don't have to play it as much. Let's just take a moment to say, we all saw that this was closer over here than it was to the anti-mech order. We all saw that. But Gaijin, of course, being the company that they are, said, nah. Guess the speed of the BMP's missile. What's the speed of the Swingfire's missile? Is it 185 meters a second? I didn't realize it was that bad. 185. What was it I was playing? Was I playing something in China that had missiles? Oh, this is the same thing, isn't it? This is the BMP. Is this the missile you're talking about on, like, this thing? Because isn't this, like, 850? No, 130. Never mind. And 140. Yeah. So that's slightly slower. 180 odd meters a second. Versus then, let's have a look at the Bradleys. 299. Okay. Bit better. What about... Is there any point even looking at the this thing? 286. Like... And then the Swingfire is 185. It's just painful. 286 on the Shillelaghs, or you can fire the Heat at 600. Russian one? The Russian BMP. That's the BMP 1, isn't it? That one. 140. 248 on the other ones. It's just like... Why punish the Swingfire this badly? 248 on those. Oh, it's just BMP 3. Oh, this thing... Does this even get missiles? No. No, it does. We can't see them, though. Oh. 370. That actually makes me want to look at this now. What about this that I'm about to unlock? 299. The Chinese ones are fast as well. The British ones are slow as balls. Oh, dear. Yeah, the missile speed is just painful on a lot of these. Like... I don't know. Oh, there's a break starting. I guess I didn't realize. Oh, I didn't realize it was that late. I guess we'll let the ads run, and then I'll play another game or whatever in a minute, and then we'll finish up or whatever. Okay. I'll switch screens and wait for that to play through then. $3.45 on the Zit. Wait, so you're saying that the other British South African vehicle in the British tech tree has like nearly double the speed of the Swingfire? What about the Warrior? The Milan, even the Milans, well, the Milan 2 isn't any better. The regular Milans are 200. Even they're quicker. ZTA 345 and then 342. Oh, dear. What about the Striker? Oh no, this gets the Swingfire missiles too. Oh no. Oh dear. And then the old Desert Warrior with the tow missiles, which at least get 300. The tow missiles are not bad. But oh dear. What about the SPAA ones, the Rapiers? 685. See, so they can make 850. So they can make fast missiles. They just don't put them on any of the vehicles that need them. What about the ADATs? What's that thing looking like? 1,000 meters a second on the ADATs. Yeah, we've got to suffer with 185 on that pile of crap. Oh dear. 200 is better than 185. Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong. But still, none of them are exactly great, are they? They're all slow. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Milans, which everybody memes on for being shit, are even better than that. In the Milan, what the Roy, yeah. Yeah, and the Milans are the Ratel 20 ones. That's rough. Well, at least we're over halfway through, right? We're over halfway through. This thing, I mean, the Falcon is coming along fine. Dare I say, I'm enjoying the Falcon. Striker's 8.3, isn't it? We have 3.83s, 6 8.3s to do. I guess we'll do like 2 of these and an SPAA, and then we'll do the other 2 and an SPAA. I guess. So we'll probably end up doing the warrior and the ZT at the same time. And then we'll do the striker and the Oliphant. Then we'll go to 8-7 and may even just have to solo do the Roy Cat. Or we'll do that with these 2 at 9-3. And then 10-7, 10-7, 10-3. And then we have this thing, the Rapier, which we can bring in as well. Yeah. Alright. Play like 1 or 2 more games and then we'll... Should have never grinded the British tree. Worst decision of my life. I should have never decided to spade it either, Bruce. That's the worst decision for me. After you deciding to grind it, I decided, you know what, I'll spade it. I mean, I'm most of the way... I'm like a decent way through. And I'll tell you what, I am glad that I finished the 12s. Because I know that these would take a long time. Because I don't know if we can even see it now. No, but the total XP on these is like 300,000 or something. So it's a lot that we've done already. I mean, we can look at the ADATs. There you go, 278. So if we do, what's that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 more SPAAs. 8 SPAAs. We've got a bunch of these. This is what will take the time, these last SPAAs. But then if they're good, we can deal with that. Like, we know the ADATs is pretty decent, right? So we can probably use the ADATs. I don't know about the OSA or any of those other ones. The OSA, AK, and stuff. See, this would be a map that would be relatively good if the missiles were quicker again. But because it's so open, anyone who sits around here, we fire, they just go, oh, look, and just drives back around the corner. The only way you kill people in the Swingfire is if someone stopped moving, because they're unable to move. If it's a choice of, like, you fire at them while they're moving, you might as well not bother. Just, you're not going to hit them. Unless they just randomly stop. I hate them. At least we got some good engine power now, right, guys? Look how much faster we are, getting up to our 27-ish miles an hour. Lovely. I reckon, actually, it might be semi-decent, like, here. Because at least we can kind of see... no, we can't. The camera's too high up. We can kind of see over the top. ZSU. Oh. If only we could be more level there, dude. That would actually be decent. Yeah, that was not going to work. It was worth a try. And then I have to remember that I'm in the Swingfire, so I've got to set my expectations at hitting anything as a bonus. Have fun playing VR chat, Bruce. So we got like 2 games left maybe, and then I'll probably wrap up. Depends how much more swing firing I can take for the day. The answer's not much. I mean, I ain't going into town, that's just... crazy idea. Not doing that. There's someone down here. Know that much. Welcome to the Swingfire life. You die before you even fucking have a chance to basically pull the trigger on people. Because everybody else can hit you twice as fast. Ugh. Jesus. Refresh what little sanity remains. Oh, mate, there's no sanity left here. That left me a long time ago. I think my sanity left me in about 2005, maybe. Something like that. Probably 20 years ago, maybe. Maybe that's a bit soon. Maybe 2015. How about that? Maybe that's when my sanity left me.
10 o'clock. Range 500. Allied forces have captured a zone.
He's behind.
Reverse.
Bit of cover. Jesus, yeah. Sounds more reasonable. Yeah. Still. Oh, what?
Tiger. 1 o'clock.
What you get, Tiger 2? Don't machine gun me.
Tank. 8 o'clock. Range.
You can kill that M68 too. T95.
Tank. 9 o'clock. Range 750.
I don't think it's worth having a crack at that guy, is it?
Just up.
Getting anyone near penning that thing. Get out of here, leopard.
Tank. 9 o'clock.
And you.
750. Miss. Just right.
Over the Nox Cat bruised.
Artillery strike incoming.
Hello, we got choppers inbound.
12 o'clock.
There's the arty strike. Yeah, it should be safe.
Attention to the map.
IS-4. Lovely.
Range 750.
I'm feeling ballsy enough to stay here. I don't think I'm gonna get hit by the things.
Helicopter. 12 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Range 550.
Stupid M68 man.
Over.
What an annoyance.
Tank. 8 o'clock. Range.
You got the 30 as well now.
Over. Adjust down.
I think I shot his body pillows off. He's gonna be reeing the place down now.
Range 500.
This ain't looking good, is it? It's the walls are closing in here. We got T05 and the 30 on that side, who we got an assist for, by the way, by spraying them down. Then we got the M60A2 and M60, and there was the Leopard in mid on B, who are probably going to come through this little area in a minute. And then we got helicopters appearing, and then we know there's an IS-4 up that end. Don't really fancy fighting about half of these people, honestly. I'm not going to get much of a choice, but I'm going to have to fight something like front up on one of them. Leopard's dead though, he just died to a bomb. Or arty or something. No?
Target destroyed.
There's a guy right there behind those rocks. I'm also swiftly running out of ammo. Hi, Shags. Come in, man. For the final couple of games of the night. Can't really get the shots over there. Yeah, remember me? Yeah, don't forget about me. Never forget about the Falcon. Another assist, we'll have that. Oh, hello. Let's go and annoy somebody else while shooting the Yard Tiger. Uh-oh. Keep backing up. we're good. We're fine, we're fine. Everything will be alright. It's fine. Someone else will kill him, right? It's M109 will get the... No, he won't. He's definitely not killing the Yag Tiger. How are you, Shags? 2 Yag Tigers is that? Mate. I'm supposed to do against 2 Yag Tigers. If I was right next to them, point blank, maybe. But I haven't got any ammo left either. 170 shots. I'm going to have to retreat to the... well, no, I can't. I need to go to a base. What do I do? I can't rebuild an ammo box. This is terrible. Do I just YOLO them? YOLO the Yak Tigers. Not impossible. We've done it in the Fox. Ain't YOLO in a T95, but then again, what else am I gonna... Oh. The game's over anyway. Do I just YOLO the Yag Tiger? Kinda tempted to, you know? What else have I got to lose in this one? I really want to... I might YOLO the Yag Tiger. Or Yag Tigers. I've only got 140 shots to kill them with, which is not a lot, but... And there's the other one. Well, that or I know there's someone on B. I don't know who it is on B, but do I go for a hero's... You know... disrupt on the cap and try and kill them, not knowing who it is? I think I might. I'd rather take the chance of it being someone I might be able to kill than fight a Yag Tiger over there. It's an M103. Right, okay. Back up, quickly. I immediately shot my guns. Oh, he broke my turret. Never mind. You're fun at parties. Doing nice. How are we doing at the spade harvest? A great question, Shags. Yes. Yes, I think is all I can say to that today. It's not gone the greatest. Yeah, it's been a bit of a miserable day for progress and things. Not great. I mean, we've had worse, don't get me wrong, but... Oh, okay, he got me again. T44. Nice. I think I'm going to play one more, and then that's it for the night. I'll call it then. I think I've mentally had enough of this game today. We put a good chunk on the Badger today though, which is good. On our progress through the tech tree. Swingfire, we unlocked 3 upgrades today, I think. One more match, is that what the crowd's crying out? We demand one more. Okay. Not sure I can handle much more, but I'll try this last game. I'll give it a go, you know.
To battle. Button up. Driver ready.
When you're playing a vehicle as bad as the Swingfire, though, Shags, it's hard to get amped up about it, you know. Hard to get hyped up about this pile of crap. It's bad. Where do I even go here? I don't... Ugh. The Fox looked fun, though. Oh, the Fox was amazing. This thing is just bad. And then we got the Falcon, which is the SPAA, which is really fun as well. But it's just, this thing's terrible. I mean, it has its flaws for various reasons, but one of it's just its shots are so slow. Like it's 185 meters a second, which on the face of it, you go, that sounds alright. Not when you're fighting against Russian missiles with 350, you know. Swingfire is an SPA as well. No, this is a tank destroyer. This is a TD, Shags. This is not no SPAA. No planes are harmed in the playing of the Swingfire, unfortunately. This is a tank destroying machine, which is what makes it so laughable. If it was an SPAA that fired missiles and it had like proxy ones, alright, you know, maybe it would have like something useful about it. But it just has nothing redeemable about it. It is a sanity destroyer. Johnny Mimi's gonna kill me if I'm not careful. I can't see, so I don't know where this shot's gone. Lovely smoke there. Helpful smokes that. From the, I think it was from the dead wreck, but it's like, I couldn't fucking see a thing. Largely unhelpful there. Oh, look, and I've died to someone probably over there through that gap in the buildings. Yep. Wow, it's so much fun in the Swingfire, let me tell you. You drive up, you position up, you don't hit anyone because your missiles are shit, you don't kill anyone because the damage isn't that good, and then you just get smacked across the map by someone else. God, it's a fun tank to play. Only the best. You're wondering where that OF-40 is? He's probably right back here. Based upon where he hit us from and whatnot. We have BT-5 in front of us as well. Lovely. Because why take a line up that's actually useful? Where is the... what's he got? A BMD-4, a BMP-2, a BT-7... oh, and I died while I was looking at the thing. To a thing. Okay, lovely. Can't be fucked with that. Let's play one more game, because, yeah. Oh, we got an upgrade on the Falcon. Nice. Unlike the shitty ammo we're not going to use. I left early because the only two vehicles... oh, brilliant. What a map. I wish I didn't fucking bother now. Cargo port, really? And it's the shitty one where we only get, like, a sliver of the map. Why does this exist? And why does this exist at 8.0? If this was 1.0s or something, alright? But 8.0 and we're... 8.0 and we're playing on a map that's like 1/3 sized. It's not even that, it's like a quarter. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Get out of the way! What are we doing? When two German mains meet. I can't figure out how to drive round you. Oh shit, I can't drive either. I can't get around you. Oh fuck, what do we do? Stare at each other in the spawn the whole game. That's all we can do. Jesus Christ. MBT 70 over there. Guy's at 9-0 and he can't drive round a leopard. Shocking. Well, I can't get around here without going out of bounds. Never mind. We ain't gonna be fast enough to get back in probably before we die. I love War Thunder players. Love is one word for it, Sean. I think sometimes if you didn't look at the stupid stuff that you see in this game and laugh about it, you'd cry being a player of this game. Going to witness some of the utter moronic behaviour that you sometimes see from people. Should we try and be in it? Ah, never mind. I was going to say, should we try and be an SPAA? Try and snipe the jet out of the sky. If it was a helicopter, we'd have a better chance. There's someone over here. Oh, it's a light. It was a BMP too. Well, I got to be honest, I'm glad someone else killed him because it means I don't have to fight him myself. K-Panzer killed him. Or got killed by him. He traded, I believe. No, he didn't. He killed an XM803 and the BMP killed the K-Panzer. Panzer 2000 with me. He's the firepower. I'm just here. Yeah, you go. Oh, hello. This ain't good. Alright. I can't push them. This is the thing. I, like, have to kind of back out of this and wait. But, like, the 2000's... He's going to get caught by the guy on the right now. I can't shoot the wall down either. It's just depressing playing this thing, man. Can't do anything. We know there was a medium tucked up in the corner here as well. We can drive through the wall, but we can't... Hello. Nice. Engine knockout. And there's no one near us, and we have a dead crew, so we can't fire. I reckon we're dead here. Oh, we lived a hit. And we died to a machine gun. Like... We died to that guy of all people who goes to the opposite side of the map, goes and hides in a corner behind a shipping container, and then pulls out, not even knowing we're there. Probably. Unless we got spotted by the IS-4 and then just bitch slaps us across the face because what can we actually do about it? And the answer, nothing. Even in that situation where he was like, what, 20 meters, 30 meters away from us, our rockets still weren't even fast enough to catch him before he went around the corner. Very dire. I'm actually just gonna go hunting. I just don't care anymore. I'm gonna go hunting. If I die, I die. That's it. I'm just calling it. Like this tank, rockets seem quite... Well, the Falcon, you mean? The Swingfire is terrible, dude. Its firepower is shite. Everything about its firepower is bad. It's slow. Like, the rockets are slow. The pen's fine on them, but the rockets are slow. They barely hit anything. And it's just... No, it's just not good. The Swingfire is just not good. The same guy is still in that spot. Look at him. He's just sat behind the fucking containers again. Like, what is this guy? It's the same ZTZ again. He's just sat in the same spot. That's the guy we died to in the Swingfire. They think I'm going to swing him in a Falcon or something. Like, no. I wonder if I could get behind him. Or would I be too slow to go out of bounds and get him? Can I even go around that way? No. I was hoping I could get down there easily around the trains, but I think I'll have to go wide. Yeah, we had a chance for a second. Oh, no. I thought he died. Never mind. Idea of guided missile that requires permanent visual contact is pretty absurd. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you lose contact with the missile by seeing it, then it doesn't go where you want. It just flies, like, straight. Which, yeah, you can't control it, and thus it becomes a problem. I'm getting artied. Well, he obviously knows I'm here then, doesn't he? It's Captain Genius on the other side of the fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Oh, no, I'm dead to the tiger. Alright. That's me done for the day. I actually can't be fucked to play this game anymore. We got some upgrades here today, so we don't have to play quite as much of this infernal pile of shit anymore. And then this thing is... We got a few upgrades. We got that for free, which was nice. That helped a bit. I'll do all the XP stuff later. That was, yeah. That was something. That was something. Alright, I'm gonna end the YouTube stream there. Thanks to anyone who's gone in the YouTube stream. Oh, we haven't had anyone in chat today, but if anyone's been lurking, thanks for going over there and dropping likes on the stream. Appreciate it as always. All 4 of you that did that, thank you. And I'm gonna end that there. So I'll see you tomorrow, YouTube folks, for our new game, which I haven't revealed yet, which we'll find out about tomorrow. So yeah, new 100% tomorrow. So see you then.